Okay, it's 1 o'clock now. I would like to call this meeting to order. The proceedings of this meeting will be recorded and made available on the internet. We'll move on to item 1.2 of our agenda, which is roll call. And Jesse Clark, please call our roll.
Thank you. Mayor Lamstad, are you present?
I am present.
Deputy Mayor Armstrong?
Present.
Councillor Franzen?
Present.
Councillor Braybrook?
Present.
Councillor Cadigan?
Present.
For staff, we have Donna Taggart, CIO Treasurer.
Present.
Steve Brockbank, Director of Emergency Services.
Present.
Evan Grieger, Director of Public Works.
Present.
Barb Waldron, Director of Building and Planning, CBO.
Present.
Adele Arbor, Planner.
Present.
Sarah Dillamarter, Junior Planner.
Present.
Bianca Dragicevic, Deputy Clerk.
Present.
Chelsea Carpenter, Supervisor of Waste Public Works Coordinator.
Present.
And Jesse Clark, Director of Corporate Services, Clerk is present.
Okay, thank you very much. And welcome to everyone in the gallery and everyone in the virtual gallery. Okay, we'll move on to item 1.3 of our agenda, which is land acknowledgement and a moment of reflection. We respectfully acknowledge that Trent Lakes and Peterborough County are located on the Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaty First Nation, which include Alderville, Beausoleil, Curve Lake, Georgina Island, Hiawatha, Rama, and Scugog Island First Nation. Trent Lakes respectfully acknowledges that the Williams Treaty First Nations are the stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure their health and integrity for generations to come. I'd like to pass it over to Councillor Braybrook. He has an announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor. The policing family and communities lost another police officer to a senseless murder. Last Thursday, OPP Sergeant Eric Muller was shot and killed in the line of duty, responding to a call for service just east of Ottawa. Two other officers were shot and are expected to survive. Council would like to pass on their condolences to Sergeant Eric Muller's family and wish a speedy recovery to the injured officers. There's an old adage in the policing world, which is there's no better sound to an officer's loved one than the sound of Velcro at night, indicating the officer.
Okay, take your time.
Sorry, thank you.
No, continue. We'll give you a minute. Take a minute.
Yeah.
This is important.
Indicating the officer arrived home after her or his shift and was safe. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, we will now take a moment to reflect on these principles and our duties and responsibilities as member of council. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we can move on to item 2 of our agenda now, which is the disclosure of pecuniary interest. If any members of council have an interest in an item on the agenda, please speak to that before we start speaking about that on the agenda. I'm seeing no hands. We can move on to the approval of the agenda, which is item number 3 on our agenda. Councillor Franzen. For seconder is Deputy Mayor Armstrong. You should clarify your motion, I guess.
A motion to approve the agenda and post it.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other conversation? I'm seeing none. All in favor? That motion has carried. Okay, we can move on to item 4. This is the adoption of minutes. Item 4.1 is the council meeting of regular council meeting of 02 May 2023. I would entertain a motion. Deputy Mayor Armstrong.
Yes, to adopt the minutes.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Cadigan, seconder. I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion has carried. We can move on to item 5 of our agenda, which is committees and boards. Item 5.1 is the Police Services Board. Would entertain a motion. Deputy Mayor Armstrong. Councillor Braybrook for a seconder. Any conversation? I'm seeing none. I will call for a vote. All in favor? That motion is carried. 5.2 of our agenda is liaison reports for council boards or committees. Is there any reports? Mayor Armstrong, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lemsett. Two things from the library. One is announcing that they've added a new digital resource to their website. So it's something called CBC Corner, which is a digital portal that brings together CBC's audio, video, and news content together in one place. So I haven't tried it myself yet, but I think that'll be an interesting online resource to add to it. The second thing is that the library staff is going to start a storytime program at the Cavendish branch, and this is new. They've had it for quite a long time at Buckhorn, which has been very successful. Got dozens of kids showing up for that, and so this new event will be happening every Tuesday morning at 11 o'clock, and especially welcome since we're having an influx of seasonal residents coming up this time of year. So thank you.
Excellent. Anyone else? Okay, and seeing none, we can move on to item 6 of our agenda, which is our statutory public meeting pursuant to the Planning Act. I would entertain a motion to suspend our regular council meeting. Councilor Braybrook for a mover, Councilor Cadigan for a second. All in favor? That motion has carried. We are now in a public meeting. We can move on to item 6.1 of our agenda, which is zoning bylaw amendment file 2108. And I don't know if it's Adele or Sarah that would. Okay, Sarah Delamarter, our junior planner, can you please speak to the file?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. This is a public meeting under Section 34 of the Planning Act to consider an amendment to the municipality's zoning bylaw B 2014-070. A notice of public meeting for today's application containing the prescribed information was circulated to all landowners within a 120-meter radius of the subject lands at least 20 days prior to this meeting, and a sign was posted on the subject land in accordance with the Planning Act. The notice was also mailed to all prescribed agencies, public bodies, and persons in accordance with the regulations. Anyone wanting to be notified of any decision from today's public meeting must inform either myself or the clerk, and a notice of passing will be mailed to them, setting out the method and manner in which appeals may be made to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Please note that if a person does not send a written comment prior to the passing of the bylaw or make an oral submission at the public meeting, that person may not be entitled to appeal the decision. So for file number 21-08, this is a public meeting for file number 21-08, Lennox, to consider a zoning bylaw amendment submitted by agent Catherine Von Beek on behalf of the property owner 119-238-11, co-owner Stephen Lennox, for the property known municipally as 16 Fire Route 94A. A notice of complete application was circulated on February 4th, 2022, which indicated that a public meeting would follow at a later date once peer reviews were submitted. Staff have since received those peer reviews and subsequent agent correspondence to those peer reviews and are now bringing the proposal forward to council for a public meeting. The subject lot is a peninsula and therefore has an irregular shoreline frontage of approximately 300 meters and a lot area of approximately 1.6 acres. The subject lot is located in a shoreline area comprised of detached dwellings. The lands were formerly occupied by a tourist commercial establishment that has not been operational for several decades. Thus, the existing buildings on site are in deplorable condition. The lands are accessed by Fire Route 94A, which is a private road. At the beginning of 2022, when the application was declared to be complete by council, the application proposed to rezone the site to a tourist commercial exception zone to accommodate 5 new 2-story dwellings with a ground floor area of approximately 92.9 square meters to be used for commercial rental purposes, as well as to construct a new 2-story accessory dwelling with a ground floor area of 186 square meters, and to construct a dryland boathouse with a ground floor area of 73.9 square meters. On November 11th, 2022, the applicant submitted a revised development proposal which reduced the number of two-story dwellings for commercial rental purposes from 5 to 3. The redevelopment is proposed to be serviced by a communal septic system, and each dwelling is proposed to be serviced by surface water from the lake. In addition to zoning the lands to the tourist commercial zone to permit the proposed use, the application notes that the relief is required from several regulations of the comprehensive zoning bylaw, including a deficient minimum lot area, a deficient minimum water yard setback for all proposed dwellings, a deficient minimum water yard setback for a septic system, a deficient distance between buildings, 2 parking spaces proposed for each rental dwelling, and an exemption from the provision requiring frontage on a public road. Additionally, there is a request to allow the maximum permitted height of the guest cabins to be 11 meters rather than the permitted 4.9 meters. In terms of conformity with the Trent Lakes official plan, the subject lands are already designated commercial. There are 5 peer reviews completed for several reports, including the Environmental Impact Study, Phase 1 Environmental Assessment, Functional Servicing Report, Hydrogeological Study, and the Traffic Impact Study. All of the peer reviews suggest a number of items to be addressed or described in greater detail, as noted in the external planning consultant's report. In response to the peer review comments, the proponent has provided supplemental responses and commentary, which are attached to today's agenda. The peer review comments and the supplemental responses are considered to be satisfactory, and no further commentary at this point in time is recommended. The external planning consultant's report notes that a majority of the peer review comments and concerns appear to have been addressed. However, 2 items raised through the peer reviews are considered to be notable by the planning department, which include the growth plan consistency with section 4.2.4.5 and concerns with respect to the operation, maintenance, and monitoring of the proposed communal septic system. As a result of the notification of the complete application to the surrounding landowners on February 4th, 2022, the planning department was contacted by several landowners with questions and concerns. The 5 written comments have been included on the agenda. Upon circulating the notice of public meeting, 4 more comments were received, a majority of whom had commented upon the notice of complete application. They are also attached to today's agenda. It is noted that the proponent's planning consultant has consulted directly with the Curve Lake First Nations, as well as all neighboring landowners. All correspondence have been attached to today's agenda for council's review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone in the gallery that would like to speak for or against this file? Okay, please state your name and address for the record. And come up to the podium for the microphone, please. Please.
All new to me.
Okay. Us too, they haven't done this in 2 years.
Bill Jackson, 14 Fire Route 94A.
Okay, thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So Fiona and I, for me, like I said, this is new and I'm a little nervous.
That's okay, relax. We have time.
Fiona and I are the immediate neighbors of the property in question. We have submitted a letter outlining our concerns and objections, as well as a report we commissioned from Carolyn Molinari of CM Planning Services. Thank you for taking the time to read those submissions. I won't go over every detail, but there are some things that we want to highlight. And a couple of things that I would like to keep everyone in mind as I speak. The first is that any change to the zoning and any new structures that are built are effectively permanent. Those changes and effects will be there years from now when there could be new ownership, new economic pressures, etc. And I think we all need to realize that any assurances that Mr. Lennox might make about how the property will be used or how he will deal with any problems won't have much value should the property be sold at some point in the future. Another key part of the proposal is the assumption that the current structures on the site justify exceptions to the proposed zoning rules. And my response to that is to cite the memo from Chris Jones of Municipal Planning Services of May 8th, 2020. which he states, "I do not consider the remnant derelict structures on site to constitute a legal non-conforming land use." So all of Mr. Lennox's proposals that rely on the setbacks and the dimensions of the existing buildings need to be viewed in that light. This property has been empty for longer than it was in business in the first place. Allowing these structures to be basis for a new build, I think would be setting a problematic precedent. And really, how old can a building's footprint be and still be considered a justification for kind of skirting around the existing regulations? With those two things in mind, there are some specific concerns that we have over the proposal. The exemption from the 30-meter setback for both the buildings and the septic system. And I would refer to you to Carolyn Molinari's report, where she outlines the various requirements from the Greater Golden Horseshoe Growth Plan, the County of Peterborough official plan, and the Municipality of Trent Lakes official plan. And all of these policies include provisions which require a minimum 30-meter setback from the water, making it evident that this is an essential component to be maintaining the integrity of shorelines, and it's not intended to be flexible to a degree of 10 meters. Part of Mr. Lennox's submission counters this in effect by saying, and obviously I'm paraphrasing, he just said the property isn't big enough for 30 meters. Well, he did purchase a 0.65 hectare property, and now he's asking for zoning that normally requires 6 times that amount. So yeah, it's not big enough. And I think that's the bottom line. It just isn't big enough for what he wants to do. If this were to be passed and that were to be allowed, that exemption would be allowed, I think the expectation would be that this flexibility would be applied consistently for other developments in similar shoreline areas. So again, it seems like a problematic precedent to set. Also, certainly on our list of concerns is the likelihood that those rental units would be over-occupied. I think we've all heard stories of short-term rentals that turn into party houses and become problematic for a lot of bylaw infractions. And I've seen rental listings for 2-bedroom rentals that then have pull-out couches, bunk beds, air mattresses, and all sorts of available spaces. The proposal before us is for these 3 rental units that are effectively the size of 3 suburban houses, and yet they're only listed as 2 bedrooms. So one kind of wonders what's going to happen with all that extra space. And it's really not that hard to imagine sort of all those spaces being filled with impromptu sleeping quarters. Due to the remote location, the number of occupants would be just about impossible to monitor and enforce. That overuse leads to a lot of other concerns. Excuse me again. The additional vehicles will go somewhere. Again, there's a few parking spaces set aside, but additional guests will mean additional vehicles. The small size of the lot in question can lead to guest vehicles parking on neighbors' lots or along the side of the road. This property will be using a small private road. So what we're really saying here is that those cars are going to be parked on our lawns or blocking access to emergency vehicles along that narrow private road. The over occupancy will also tax the septic system, which is certainly a concern, being the immediate neighbor. Although the proposed septic system is a good one, it has a good reputation, but any septic system is designed with a capacity in mind. And here again, I remind everyone that this is a permanent situation. You know, once built, it's there for better or for worse. The peer review specifically said that the Waterloo biofilter would have to be operating optimally at all times. If this development is approved, but ultimately the real occupancy overwhelms the septic, what recourse will we have? And again, pardon me, we're right next door to it. Downwind, in fact. There were issues raised of species at risk and other key species, and they come up repeatedly in environmental studies there and publicly available databases. I'm not an expert there, but we can certainly attest to the fact that there are turtles all around us. And the driveway that is used to access the property is surrounded on either side by marshland. So it certainly does seem to be an environmentally sensitive area. And this certainly sort of gives us all pause. It adds to the overall impression that the proposed use represents an overdevelopment of a sensitive area. I realize that, pardon me again, settle myself here.
Okay.
Thank you all for your
We're here
patience.
to listen to you. So
Thank you.
continue at your leisure.
I realize that this all may come across as the usual NIMBYism, but I think NIMBYism is when people are getting together to oppose any development. They're opposing development that is within the rules and within the zoning. This is a case of neighbors asking the municipality to uphold the regulations that already exist. And surely part of the purpose of zoning is to give everyone in an area an idea of what they should and should not expect. And so if you live next to a parcel of land that's vacant and is 0.65 hectares, you have reason to expect that it will not suddenly become a commercial thing for which the requirement is 4 hectares and a minimum 30-meter setback. Those setbacks and septic regulations are created to establish reasonable protections to sensitive areas. And I again refer to that same memo from Chris Jones when he states that given the size of the parcel, it's difficult to reconcile that any commercial development would be compliant with provincial, county, or municipal planning policies which require a 30-meter shoreline setback. While we understand that short-term rentals in cottage areas is not uncommon, they are to be expected. It's our opinion that there are more appropriate areas for such development which are already built up to a similar degree, closer to amenities, closer to areas which possess the appropriate roads to accommodate safe travel for guests, residents, cottagers, and emergency service vehicles. We're not here today, to hold back development, simply asking that the development go according to the official plan and the regulations. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for speaking. Okay, anyone else have any comments for or against this file? Can you please state your name and address? Come to the podium.
My name's Steve Taylor. I'm the owner, along with my wife, of number 6 Fire Route 94A. A lot of what I had written to talk about today, I think that Bill has eloquently already presented, so I won't, for everyone this time, repeat things that have already been said. So I'll try to keep my comments to things that haven't been pointed out already. So I wanted to give a little bit of background to the property itself. So this property, prior to its designation as shoreline residential, it was a commercial property at one point in time. And there was severances made to that property. One of those is I'm a landowner of now. So I got a piece of that, and 2 of my other neighbors got a piece of that. That was prior to my ownership of the property that these severances were done. So that then shrunk the property. And at that time, the council of the day, it was this council of the day, changed the designation of that property from commercial to shoreline residential. And in talking to a gentleman that was at that meeting, part of the reason they made that change to the designation was the shrinking of the property, and to then allow this property to be similar to all the other properties that are around, which are all shoreline residential. When that was a commercial property, there were other commercial properties in the area. At one time, there was a marina in the area that stopped to exist to that. So they wanted to change, the council of the day wanted to change the property to resemble all the other properties there that are all shoreline residential. So there's no commercial properties in use right now on 94A. If you go back in history, that peninsula was not accessible by road, and I'm going way back. It was a walkable bridge, and that walkable bridge, you can still see the remnants of that in our marsh that crosses over that. At some point, this road was put in, and it's not a commercial road. And the owner of that peninsula owned the properties on the opposite side, and that was what was severanced off. So vehicles could park without having to go on the peninsula. That's not available anymore because they've sold that property off to the landowners. So there is no overflow area to park in. And I did submit a letter which showed pictures that this actual road is in a flood zone. That has flooded out 3 times since I've owned the property. It's not a commercial road. It's a fire route that somebody added this on at some point, I'm not sure when it was, in the 50s or 60s, they added this piece on to make this peninsula accessible by road. So it's not a road that's intended to be used for vehicles. It doesn't meet the Ontario Building Code access for fire trucks to get over there. It needs to be 6 meters. It's not 6 meters. There's a lot of concerns for me with just accessing the property. And I'm feeling that there'll be times, like Bill had mentioned, where there's going to be cars that are on our side of the peninsula, which will be just, blocking the easement to get across. So that I wanted to bring up. Again, not being an expert in any of this, I wanted to look a few things up. And one of the things that I looked up was legal non-conforming and grandfathering. And for something to be legal non-conforming, it has to be in continual use for that period of time. And these buildings have not been used for commercial use for over 40 years. So to then use those setbacks as this is where it is today, our setbacks are actually going to be greater than that. It's not applicable because where they are today have been not in use for that period of time. So it's my wish that the council will look at what the regulations are today. Again, I have to mention the 30-meter setback on the septic because that's a very great concern for me. I think that there's been a lot of concern in the area of Pigeon Lake and Trent Lakes to make sure that our septic systems are in good standing order. I know that the Peterborough County Health did inspections in my septic and all the septics in the area as part of an ongoing situation. To then allow a non 30-meter setback on a critical piece of property right now, to me, would seem to be not in line with what we're trying to do with protecting our lakes and making sure that our septics are all in good standing. All right, so I thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else here prepared to speak for or against this file? Please come to this podium and give us your name and address, please.
I'm Catherine Van Beek from TM Wills, speaking on behalf of the property owner. All right.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Okay. I'll skip over. You already know what's existing on the property, but just to kind of follow up on the last gentleman's comments there. Again, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council for hearing me out today. So the subject property was rezoned from tourist commercial to residential in 2002, which appears to have been triggered again by the severance of the neighboring property to the north from the subject property. The staff report from this rezoning has yet to be located and provided to myself or the property owner. In its absence, we cannot confirm the applicant's intention or the opinion of staff at the time the retained parcel was created. So again, the proposed redevelopment consists of removing all 10 derelict structures and the existing 2 holding tanks on the property, and reconstructing 3 rental cottages, an accessory dwelling, and a dryland boathouse with, again, as talked about, the communal septic system. The township planning consultant provided a pre-consultation for development options memo on May 8th of 2020, where 2 options were presented: redevelopment for commercial use or shoreline residential use. As the property is currently designated as commercial in the county and municipal official plan, the applicant, the property owner, decided to choose the commercial use. As requested by the municipality, the property owner had the requested technical studies completed, and they were submitted in support of the proposed development. On August 12th of 2022, township staff provided the consolidated comments as submitted by the neighboring property owners, which highlighted their concerns and objections. In reviewing these comments, the property owner again decided to reduce the number of rental cabins from 5 to 3, and a letter was prepared and mailed to each of the neighbors within 120 meters of the property, informing them of the updates and addressing their concerns. We didn't receive any additional comments regarding resulting from this letter. Again, as township staff have provided, the technical studies were peer reviewed and the respective updates and comment responses were provided to the municipality in November. With respect to the letter submitted from CM Planning Inc. on behalf of the adjacent property owner to the north, I was informed of and provided this letter by the consulting planner on March 3rd of this year. Therefore, had I received this letter earlier, I would have provided a response in the initial resubmission package that went out to all of the additional neighbors. I will speak to some of those comments Ms. Molinari made in her letter in a moment. However, I would first like to address certain items listed in the staff report, April 21st, 2023 staff report. It lists site-specific exemptions that are being sought to facilitate the redevelopment. I'd like to note that the minimum lot area and water yard for dwellings and septic systems are existing conditions, and through planning approvals, we are improving those water yard deficiencies. With respect to the other exemptions listed, there's one omission and 2 corrections required. The distance between buildings, the staff report noted 2.6 meters, which should read 3.6 meters. In speaking with the township's planning consultant this morning, he noted when he scaled the concept plan, he measured 2.62 meters. I further provided that the plan as submitted is a concept plan, and at site plan approval stage, we provide a scaled drawing, and that essentially now with the removal of the 3 additional cabins, we can accommodate 3.6 meters. So that's a correction. Additionally, the staff report notes that we are requesting an exemption for parking. That is incorrect. The bylaw requires a minimum of 1 parking space per guest room. So doing the math, we are proposing 1 space per guest room. Each rental cabin is proposed to have 2 guest rooms, which 3 cabins, 2 parking spaces is 6 parking spaces, which we have provided on the concept plan. And so therefore we're not asking for additional relief from the bylaw for parking. And then as Sarah mentioned, the exemption for height, which she already noted. The 2 items listed are highlighted in the staff report that are kind of outstanding. First being the concerns with respect to the operation, maintenance, and monitoring of the proposed communal septic system. The peer review comments provided to the township in August 2022 noted that in part, continual monitoring and manufacturer recommended maintenance should be conducted to ensure the efficient operation of the proposed sewage disposal system. It's recommended that 2 to 3 surface water monitoring stations located down gradient of the system will be required, and water quality monitoring should be conducted. The geoscientists also noted that they will work with the landowner to develop a surface water quality monitoring program following detailed design of the septic, of the sewage disposal system. So the operation, maintenance, and monitoring of the system would be included and therefore enforced through the site plan agreement and a D52 municipal responsibility agreement through the Ministry of Environment, Conservation, and Parks. And should, as some of the neighbors have addressed concern regarding the sale of the property or the future ownership, these provisions would be included in a purchase and sale agreement should the property ever ownership ever change hands. And growth plan consistency with section 4245. I won't go through great detail as was provided in the planning justification report and again in the resubmission letter. Each provision of those policies within the growth plan was spoken to and justified. However, I'll just reiterate here again that the policy notes that redevelopment is permitted outside of the settlement areas in developed shoreline areas of inland lakes subject to municipal agency planning and regulatory requirements. The proposed use will support the economic viability of existing parks, trails, and tourist establishments within the municipality. The development proposes to restore the maximum extent possible of the ecological functions and features of the property. The environmental impact study noted that no significant impacts are anticipated on the features identified on site or the shoreline, and the removal of the existing derelict structures will provide an opportunity to restore the grounds and establish native vegetation on those areas. Should zoning approvals be granted, mitigation measures, including vegetative buffering and plantings listed in the environmental impact study, will be included as conditions in the site plan approval agreement. Speaking to the Ms. Molinari's letter, section 4241C of the growth plan, which notes that a vegetation protection buffer is to be no less than 30 meters, is my interpretation that this policy is not intended to sterilize all redevelopment within the shoreline area. It is intended to preserve a 30-meter buffer. In this case, the 30-meter buffer does not exist and cannot be accommodated due to the peninsular configuration of the property. At its widest point, the property is approximately 63 meters from one shoreline to the other. This would provide a building envelope of 3 meters. Therefore, as reiterated in the planning report, technical studies and resubmissions, the property owner is looking to create a vegetative protection zone to the maximum extent possible while also allowing the redevelopment to occur. Additionally, if the vegetation protection zone VPZ of 30 meters was enforced in the manner as proposed in this Ms. Molinary's letter, no redevelopment on this property or any of the adjacent properties would be permitted. In reviewing the county's online aerial mapping, the dwellings on all of the adjacent lots are partially or wholly within the 30 meters of the shoreline. And it would appear that the majority of the adjacent properties have cleared and developed their lots to the shoreline with no vegetation protection zone being present, and several having in-water body boathouses and accessory structures adjacent to the shoreline. Just to touch on a few of the additional concerns, again, the letter that was provided to the neighboring property owners in October of last year addressed some of these concerns regarding parking and noise and garbage and whatnot. And I guess what I'd like to say is that to put the development in perspective, should the property be redeveloped in as a residential structure, this could also be an Airbnb, and then, you know, essentially it becomes a bylaw enforcement issue, and it's not a commercial establishment where, as proposed, the additional residential dwelling at the tip is where the property owner wants to live, and that's where check-ins and check-outs and regulations would, or not regulations, check-ins would occur, and essentially the property would be maintained. It's not an absentee landlord type of situation. So at the end of the day, it's a commercial establishment providing a service to people who the demographic isn't, you know, a party crowd per se. It's somebody looking to come and experience the wildlife and the quiet of the area, and you know, essentially, if there was issues to occur, the owner is on site to enforce these issues. I'm happy to. I know that was very fast. I had a lot to say, but I'm able to answer any questions should council have any.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone on council have any questions? Okay, I think you've done well. Okay, anyone else in the gallery for or against this application? Yeah, come up to the podium and introduce yourself and give us your address. Please.
Good afternoon, members of council, Mr. Mayor. I'm Stephen Lennox. I'm the owner of the property in question. I'd like to introduce myself to whom I have not met yet, and I've met most of my neighbors. And anyways, I'm not going to say too much because Catherine has said a lot there, so I think we all understand what's going on. We've tried to reduce from 10 cabins down to 5 cabins to try and make it better for everybody around and address some of their concerns that have been circulated, and you know, and then we reduced it even again to 3. So I think we've shown a lot of, you know, effort to try and accommodate all of our neighbors and landowners in the area. So that's all I got to say, because I think a lot's already been said. So if anybody has any questions or concerns.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lennox. Anyone have any questions of Mr. Lennox? Go ahead, Councilor Braybrook.
Through you, Mayor, just a quick question. Mr. Lennox, are you intending on, I know it indicated, are you intending on being on the property? Is it just seasonal, or is it going to be all year?
No, that will be my full-time house if in fact that this all comes to fruition.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Anyone else in the gallery want to speak for or against this application? Go ahead if you mind coming up to the.
I am Fiona with Phil. We own the property right beside the property. I have some real concerns about the fact that the verbiage that we're all using here, cabins. These are not cabins that are planning to be built. These are houses the size of my home. Like, these are actually bigger than my place. These are these are going to be 2,000 square foot homes with 2 bedrooms. Like, just think about that for a second. Who rents a 2,000 square foot property and then just goes and has 2 bedrooms? You know, like, I'm just having a hard time. There's going to be 3 2,000 square foot homes plus the home on the point on what, 0.6 hectares. That's going to be massive. This is a massive development. And in order to gain access to this, you go through a small, tiny easement that goes through a marsh on one side, Pigeon Lake on the other. It's a tiny little easement. And so now you rent one of these places and ultimately you're using more than 2 bedrooms. Where are the cars all going? They're all going to end up spilling out onto this easement, which is directly, that's our front lawn right there. Like just thinking about that in your head, like think about it, 4 big houses on 1.5 acres when you require 5 acres to apply for residential commercial zoning. Like he doesn't have the property to apply for this zoning. So, and the thing is that once they're built, they're there, as Bill said, permanently. They're there. We'll have no recourse. You know, when those cars spill over onto our property, what do we do then? When the septic is overwhelmed and it smells to high heaven, what do we do then? We can't do anything. We won't be able to do anything about it. So, and then in terms of, okay, when Bill was talking about the turtles, there are hundreds and hundreds of turtles all on those 2 little islands next to this property. They're all over. When we sit on our dock, it's like a turtle highway going by us. You know, like I'm just imagining like the marsh is full of wildlife. It's right there. I just don't think this is an appropriate use of this property. You know, and as Bill said, are we trying to block access to any kind of development on the point? No, I think it would be a beautiful spot for a beautiful home. It would be amazing as a residential home. But in terms of putting 4 houses on 1.5 acres or 2,000 square foot houses, because he wants to build them 2 stories, it's not an appropriate use of this land, I feel. And I guess that's what I want to put forward.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the gallery for or against this application? Please come to the podium and state your name and address.
I'm Robert Subert. I'm at 20 Fire Route 94. So that's the start of this fire route. It's a single lane road. So there's a lot of traffic on the road. It's just going to add more traffic. Where our cottage is situated, we're like 3 feet from the road. I live with dust on a daily basis. It's just going to add more traffic to the area. The area is already fairly dangerous with the amount of traffic in there. People aren't sticking to the speed limits. They're going way past 20 kilometers an hour. I can see new people coming up there not understanding that if you drive fast, you make dust. Most of the cottages almost on that road are on a very dusty road. In the summertime, you could have dust clouds 10 feet in the air. You add more traffic to this road and you add people that aren't aware that you're not supposed to drive fast, and they drive fast, they're going to make dust clouds 100 feet in the air. I've already had 2 TV sets ruined from all the dust that collects on that road. If I forget to close all my windows, leave a window open, it sucks into the TV set overheats and it's gone. I've had to replace 2 TV sets because of the amount of traffic on that road. You're just going to add more traffic on that road for what? I don't know. It's a single lane road. It's not meant for that many people to be using it as it is now. There's Airbnbs on there. People, once they come up to an Airbnb, they can't sit in their cottage. They have to leave every 5 minutes. I've got cameras that count vehicles coming across my property. Right now, I'm in excess of 250 vehicles crossing my property in any given week. Add that to it, I probably got another 50 cars crossing my property every week. And I'm living with this dust. We're there 24/7, 365. My wife's ill, and it's just going to make her more ill with all this dust we're getting. And it's very thick dust. I put down calcium, I water the road, and I still get dust. That is my concern with it. We can't sustain more traffic on this road.
Thank you very much for your comments.
All right.
Thank you, Robert. Anyone else in the gallery want to speak for or against this application? Please come to the podium.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Rick Crawford. I live at 11 Fire Route 94A. I don't have much to say, really. I just come here as a seasonal person who loves the area. And a few things that really resonated. One thing the mayor said, that we are stewards of the property. We don't own this property. We come here and enjoy it. We try to keep the way it's kept naturally, less pollution as much as possible now. I'm a proud Algonquin native. My great-great-grandfather is a chief John Baptiste, was named the lake after him. I'm not against people encroachment on our property. We've had it all my life before me. We're not against people building on this property. I just come to you and ask for you people to establish the rules that are established. Let's go by them. You know, let's not keep, like my neighbor said, this is going to be around 50, 100 years from now. Pollution is getting worse every year. It's not going to get better, right? We want to keep the pollution down. We want to save our lakes for our children, for the people that live there. Like my neighbor says, he's very sick. His wife's sick. He comes up here to get healthy, probably live clean air, and it's getting worse up here. The water is going to get worse. Nobody thinks there's going to be 2 people in each of those houses. Nobody, right? They're going to be overused. Boathouse, a dryland boathouse. Yeah, I have a boathouse. I don't keep any gasoline or oil in there. People will do that, spill in the lakes, overuse them. You know, more pollution. The septic system going to be under size, probably going to leak. That's why the place closed down in the first place. The owner, I've been there over 20 years. The owner that sold it, he said that's why he closed it. Those septic tanks were leaking into the ground. And that's what's going to happen in the future, being that it's at the maximum size. And I don't think anybody believes here for a second that this gentleman's going to live there. He's got 3 or 4 properties down in Ontario here now that are much, much bigger than this. He owns a big farm. You know, it's down near the 401. He's not going to live up here. I'm not saying he's lying, but he's not telling you the truth. You can take what you like with that, because he's told me that, right? That's going to be a rental too. As soon as these cabins are rented every day, that bigger house, which I'm going to call a house, it's going to be double the size of the cabin, so about 3,000 to 4,000 square feet. He's going to be renting that out too. There's going to be a community there, and like I say, we have to live with it. You know, I bought that property there to live. I got a receipt this time. My grandfather didn't. I got a receipt from our property. You know. But we're trying to live there. We're trying to keep the property pristine for all of us, you know. We've seen rental properties in this area, how they overuse them. I moved out of Wasaga Beach 22 years ago because of that. People come up there, 10, 12 people in a small, you know, 2-bedroom place or a rental for the weekend. You've heard all the complaints from up in Wasaga, up in you know, northern Huntsville and stuff like that. The complaints are all there. I see it from my hometown, Bancroft. They have the complaints in the summertime. You know, every time you get a complaint, you have to pay for the police to go there. I'm sure our budget is stretched from all the complaints and things that have to go. I wouldn't want to have to call them every weekend for the noise complaints, party complaints, you know. And I don't know how, like I say, emergency vehicles are coming down this lane. You know, like I say, you can barely get a full-size truck down that lane now, you know. So I don't know how a fire truck would get down there, emergency in a hurry. You'd have to bring a small fire truck. I know it's called the fire. I don't know what their requirements are. But I'm just trying to say, please adhere to the rules that we've established the last 50 years. You know, I don't think that's a big ask to do. You know, we try to do that with our place we got, and all the neighbors we try to do with the rules that are in place. We don't overbuild. You know, we're not trying to do something that's not allowed. That's all we ask. So if it's not allowed to be built there, the height, you know, maybe some small exceptions, but what he's trying to do is way above what should be allowed there. I think the first plan was 3 plus the house, and he went down from 5 to 3. I think that's pretty transparent to see that that's what he wanted in the first place. Give a little bit, and everybody will think, oh, I'm doing my due diligence, right? But this is way above what should be done to this property. Like I said, we'd like to see a house or, you know, even 2 small houses on that property. That's what we were told when we bought our property. We came to the town, we came to our lawyer, and they told us at that time, it's shoreline residential. You'll never see anything, won't see those cabins built, whatever, won't see it. You have 1 house, possibly 2. All the councils have always told me that. So I'm just hoping that we let's adhere to the rules that all the councils before you came up with. And let's do our best. Okay, so we all get along.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to acknowledge your family's connections to the lands and waters.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else like to speak for or against this file? I am seeing no hands.
I do have Gary Jaros in the online gallery that would like to speak. Gary, I'm going to unmute you now.
Okay, Gary, go.
Thank you, council, for allowing me. I have a question for the agent for the proponent. As I look through the development plan, I did not, unless I missed it, see anything in the development plan about shoreline naturalization or preservation. And we know we have part of our official plan to preserve the shoreline. And obviously everybody's talked about the importance of protecting the water. I wonder if the agent for the proponent could tell us what the plan was around shoreline naturalization and trying to preserve the quality of the water.
Catherine, would you like to come to the podium again, please, and respond to that question?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, through you, Mayor, to the gentleman virtually. In the environmental impact study prepared by GHD, there was a list of recommendations and mitigation measures. And so should zoning be approved through the site plan approval process, those mitigation measures, including vegetated plantings and whatnot, would be implemented as a part of site plan approval conditions.
Okay, Gary, did you?
Yeah, and most of what I read was as it related to erosion, shoreline erosion, et cetera. But I'm just wondering about shoreline naturalization. I don't know how familiar you are or whether the people who worked on the report are familiar with it.
Through you, Mayor. The qualified biologists that would have prepared the reports are familiar with riparian zone buffers and shoreline naturalization and whatnot. And again, through site plan approval process, that's where we provide detailed plantings, detailed setbacks, details about the actual details of the site plan. So yeah, the biologists would have been qualified to make those recommendations. And through site plan approval process, should zoning be approved, that's when we would put forth kind of those riparian zone planting designs.
Okay. Thank you, Catherine. Any other questions, Gary?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Deputy Mayor Armstrong. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lamstead. I think this is to you, Catherine. It may be to one of the residents. My question is around the road. Is there a road association, and is there some sort of agreement around how the road can be used or maintained or is maintained, et cetera, et cetera?
Through Mayor to Deputy Mayor, I am not aware, so that is likely a better question for a neighboring property owner.
Great, thank you. I think
I can speak to that.
Please come to the podium and state your name and address so we
Good
for the
afternoon.
record.
My name is Marie Crawford. Richard is my husband. We own 11 Fire Route 94A for the past 20 years. So there is an association. We have a summer and a winter one. All the homeowners contribute to this road maintenance. Does that answer the question, or do you want me to go into more detail?
maybe a touch more detail.
Okay.
If that's okay
So
with you.
yes, there is an association, to answer your question. I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but we can definitely find out more if they need more information. Basically, we repair ourselves. We do all the upkeep. We plow it. Someone's hired, salting. It's year-round access, as you're aware, for fire route is necessary. So we do all maintain. And it goes for a couple more miles. Like it's 94 ABC. Like we're talking probably 5 miles of fire route, all in all. So one thing I think we didn't touch on is that the commercial establishment that was there in the 50s and 60s was in the summer. It was from May to August. And I didn't know there was no road. It was probably a bridge, like he said. And it was dense, like it was all forest. Like if you see a picture, it was all densely populated, okay? So to say now to go to a year-round establishment is really, going to the other extreme. So I feel it's going backwards. We're not doing the area any favors. And the turtles are there. We see them on our bay, like Fiona, my neighbor, said. She's on the other bay and I'm on this bay, and they are, at risk. So I just wanted to say those 2 points that I thought maybe we didn't cover. Okay.
Thank you very much for speaking to me. Okay, anyone else would like to speak for or against this file? I'm seeing no hands. We can move on. Okay, I would now entertain a motion to reconvene our regular council meeting. Councilor Franzen for a mover and Councilor Cadigan for a seconder. I will call for the vote. All in favor? Motion is carried. We are back in our regular council meeting. Okay, we can move on to item 7, which is business arising out of our statutory public meeting, which is item 7.1. Sarah Dillamacher, our junior planner, would you like to speak to this file?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. There was a public meeting held for file number 21-08 Lennox. At this time, staff are recommending that council receives the report from the external planning consultant, Chris Jones, and direct staff to review any supplemental comments or concerns and report back to council with a future planning report and recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. Would anyone care to make a motion to that effect? Seeing Councilor Cadigan for a mover and Deputy Mayor Armstrong for a seconder.
With
Any
comments.
conversation?
Yes, if I may. A lot of information here. A lot of work has been done. I think there's many pros. Certainly we need more accommodations in municipality. That's one of the reasons we have short-term rentals, because we don't have enough commercial accommodations. But personally, if I sort through all of the information, I keep coming back to the basics. We are trying to put a commercial operation on 0.65 hectares. And our zoning requirements for a commercial tourist zoning are 4 hectares. And, you know, as several people have said, those are there for a reason. I think if we start making exceptions, and it's a big exception in a case like this, we are setting precedent. We can't go back. I mean, yes, there are properties where the 30 meter may not be adhered to and other things, but we're looking forward. And I think looking forward, if this property is going to be developed, we ought to do it in as environmentally friendly a way as we possibly can. And the experts have told us the way to do that is to set some of these restrictions on development. So I personally would hope that that's the kind of information and position that our staff takes when they bring this back. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor Franzen.
I also have concern about the size of the buildings and the amount of buildings that are going on that small piece of property. When you look at the 10 cabins that are there now, they probably be a maximum of 350 square feet. That adds up to 3,500, 4,000 square feet. We're looking at putting more than 8,000 square feet of buildings on this property, not counting the dry boat house.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councilor Brewer.
Through you, Mayor, I share Councilor Franzen's comments as far as looking at the size of the property and the proposed 3 cabins minus the dwelling at approximately 2,000 square feet each and a 2-story. My question is, if it's a 2-bedroom, you know, why does it have to be that size? Why does it have to be 2 stories if it's going to be like a retreat sort of type cabin? And that's my one of my concerns, and as well as a 1.6 acre lot. I mean, that fills up pretty quick. And I realize that all the studies have been done and whatnot, so I don't know if there's any potential of reducing the size footprint to sort of come in more of an alignment with the regulations and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that's possibly a conversation that Mr. Lennox could have with some staff when they're doing the report, that, you know, is there an opportunity to reduce the size of each one of the rentable dwellings and come more in conformity? Because I don't know if you have a right to rebuild 10 of them, because I'm not sure what that rule, I don't know if Adele or Barb could speak to that. I mean, the property was developed with 10 cabins on it. I don't know if you still have a right to build 10 cabins, and you've reduced that to 5, then to 3. So I'm not sure that you aren't making some very big concessions at this time. Any other comments? Go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor Lynn said I also meant to acknowledge and thank the applicant for making some concessions in the second submission. So, you know, appreciate those efforts in that regard. I just have a fundamental issue with going against regulations and not adhering to things that exist to help us protect the environment while balancing that with development. They're there for a reason.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Councilor Brave.
Through you, Mayor, just one comment, anecdotal. My family's has been on a fire route since 1950. And since 1970, there's been a resort along the fire route. On the way in, it has 8 cabins on it. And the owners of that resort, they've lived there full-time the whole time. And in my time, they've kept a really good eye on it, and they haven't had any issues that they didn't deal with from the onset. And then moving forward, they were, to use a term, they were pretty good at policing, the people that were renting. So there were no issues over the years. So listening to the concerns of the area residents, I understand, but I've lived it as well. And if the owner is living on the property, he or she or they do have an invested interest in keeping those, having responsible renters. So that's just it.
Okay, thank you very much. I just have one more small comment. I mean, through site plan, you can have monitoring requirements on the septic system. You can have signage for the road, and you can have dust mitigation. So there are ways to govern some of this through the site plan arrangements. So there are ideas. I'm sure staff will explore every one of those and get back to us. Okay, thank you, everyone. I am going to, any more conversations? I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor? That motion to defer is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we can move on to item 8 of our agenda, which is presentations. And item 8.1 is Chris Kowalik, our Community Development Program Manager at the City of Peterborough. Please come to the podium, Chris. And welcome.
I knew when I couldn't find a parking spot, I was going to be waiting a bit.
Point well taken. We'll have to discuss that with our planning department. We need more parking. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Happy to be here to provide a bit of an update and an overview of a number of aspects of social services. Social services division in general is asked to give a bit of a overview, particularly for newer councillors, and then an update on the community safety and well-being plan and the new county hubs program. Am I running this?
I think we have
Someone upstairs is. You can tell them next. Yeah.
powers that be.
Okay. So on the social services side, the City of Peterborough is a designated service system manager for children's services. Ontario Works, housing and homelessness, which means that we're system planning, collaborating with community partnerships, funding services with community programs, program administration, directed shared delivery of service and programs, policy development, and best practices. Next slide, please. The programs designated for us are around children's services, stability supports, which you most associate with Ontario Works, around crisis and safety interventions, health support, life skills, community supports. On the housing side, we're directly responsible for approximately 1,800 units and funding for over 1,500 rent geared to income units. On the homelessness side, it's around emergency shelter services, supportive housing, and homelessness diversion. Next slide, please. Our role, we will provide support and referrals to anyone who walks through our doors or calls our office. The complexity of stability supports can vary from simple referrals to a local agency to long-term ongoing relationships involving frequent follow-ups with clients both in the city and the county. And these are through our office or through our hub locations and historically through our county outreach work. Next slide, please. The programs we directly
deliver are around social assistance, the Ontario Works and Stability Supports, emergency assistance, discretionary health benefits, the Housing Stability Fund and various rent supplements, along with the Canadian Housing Benefit, Canada Ontario Housing Benefit, childcare fee subsidies. Two that are mine on this are around the Homemakers Program and the Community Development Program, which include Age Friendly, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, and County Connections and Outreach, along with food security issues. We do homelessness outreach, and we manage the housing waitlist application and adjudication. Next slide, please. On the housing side, it is the rent geared to income programs, the waitlist for rent geared to income, rent supplements and housing benefits, the Housing Stability Fund. We develop and monitor and update the 10-year housing and homelessness plan and undertake affordable housing developments. Next slide, please. On the homelessness side, certainly the emergency shelter services around the core shelters and the overflow shelter. Supportive housing services dedicated to people experiencing homelessness, those being Brock Mission, Cameron House. Rent supplements from both housing and homelessness, the coordinated access system. We manage the by name priority list of people experiencing homeless, conducting outreach, case coordination with other organizations and services, and again, managing the 10-year housing and homelessness plan. We do this through integrated teams. I'm not going to get into a whole lot of detail that's on this slide, but we have an intake and referral team when people come in to us, whether they be for our services or other services. Client service worker teams, those are the case managers that meet with folks on an ongoing and continual basis. We have a program integrity team. We have administrative support team, finance team, and then a management and planning team. Next slide, please. We work with folks. We try to be as flexible as we can in meeting people and the circumstances they are. While the province is heavily promoting a digital-first online management of financial services, our focus is also supporting them who can do that, but also those who cannot, and we'll meet with them through phone, text, email, virtually, in person, whether in our office or in the county, or through the provincial portal, which is the My Benefits online service. Next slide, please. When providing these supports, we openly discuss all the barriers that an individual may be experience or their family. And we make referrals and work with them on a plan with our partner organizations to stabilize their lives and provide them the supports they need. But things that are not within our service delivery, around transportation, healthcare, working with healthcare providers, mental health services, addiction services, and developmental services. Next slide, please. On the children's services side, we manage the CWELC, the Canada-wide Early Learning Childcare, which is a $10 a day childcare. We're the service manager for 61 operators. Referrals for free subsidy come in a variety of ways for their child to parents on the medical side. We have some common referral agencies like 5 counties and public health. A lot of our referrals are supports to part-time care. Financial eligibility is always a concern. Working and attending school of our clients as well, and almost everything is also on our website for supporting people who need children's services. So that's the very quick and high level, if you go next slide please, of the social services division. I'm going to give a bit of an update on the community safety and well-being plan, which was adopted by the city and county and your municipality back in July or August of last year. Every municipality is required to have one of these. Our plan, I have some copies for all of council and some extra for staff, which I will leave here. Purpose of our plan is Peterborough is a place where everyone is safe, included and part of a community, with our goal being to address community priority risks through proactive, interactive strategies and ensure most vulnerable populations receive the right help from the right service provider. The change we're trying to work towards is that we're working together in new ways to address safety and well-being issues through programs and services that are available to all Peterborough residents. Next slide, please. The timeline that we followed for developing the plan, it started shortly before the pandemic and then got delayed for most of 2000. It got restarted in late 2000, the planning with the advisory committee forming in early 2021. As I mentioned, the plan was adopted in July and August of 2022 with an implementation strategy adopted by the city and the county in March of this year. Currently working on that implementation strategy and the formation of a leadership table, which I'll highlight in a moment. Next slide, please. The priority areas that have been identified in the plan are these 5: housing, homelessness, healthcare, and mental health, poverty and income, substance use and addictions, and transportation and connectivity. There are 63 strategies in the plan linked to these 5 priority areas that will be fed through and monitored by myself, but also through that leadership table. Next slide, please. The implementation of this will be, as I mentioned, through a leadership table. I'm working on forming that at this time, and it's meant to be a group of high-ranking staff from various organizations, and currently, I'm not going to go through the list, but includes city and county CAO, medical officer of health, OBP detachment commander, city police chief. On the township side, the township CAOs agreed that Sheridan Graham from the county would report back to their regular meetings of the township CAOs on this, and there will be representatives from those sectors, from those 5 priority areas. So the easiest one for me to use as an example is the Peterborough Drug Strategy has 5 pillar groups, but then they have about 8 or 9 other member agencies. There'll just be one representative from that group feeding up to this leadership table. It is a 4-year plan. And from the development of this, it was always, when I mentioned the province mandated every municipality have one of these, there was no funding from the province to create or implement these plans. It was clear that it was on the shoulders of local communities, whether it be the municipalities, or local agencies and service providers, to look at how they're doing their work, try to do it differently across sectors. And that's why the leadership table is representatives across all those sectors. So the intention is for those sectors to bring issues up that are identified in this plan, prioritize them, and see if these groups, whether it be from employment, addictions, mental health, housing, homelessness, whether it be public health or the fire chiefs of the townships identified a member of their group. The Selwyn deputy chief is the rep for rural fire departments, whether collectively they can address an issue using their resources, whether it be financial, staff, facilities, or a common voice and advocacy with upper levels of government. That is how this is, in theory, going to work. There will be annual reporting. I will be having a dashboard on the website, on the city's website, monitoring the strategies in the plan. Consultation, a full consultation will happen again in 4 years. The staff support is through me in the community development program. Next slide, please. Moving on to the HUBs program as an update. There are various reasons why HUBs are created. I've listed a few here that back up the needs locally around improving access to services, providing service options to agencies, eliminating or reducing client transportation costs, removing technology barriers, providing services in home communities, increasing the likelihood of accessing services, and agencies connecting with rural communities. So agencies that traditionally deliver services from their offices in Peterborough will be in rural communities and getting to know them better if they haven't visited them already. Next slide, please. Prior to the pandemic, social services was in each rural community, in each township, delivering our services. We had arrangements with various, we were out of the Buckhorn Library on Mondays. We were out of your office here for a while, out of the fire hall. I think we had access to the Galway Hall as well, and others across the county. The pandemic stopped all of that, and it was later in 2022 when I started discussing renewing access to all those locations for our staff, but that quickly shifted to trying to figure out options where any agency, whether it be city or CMHA or any service provider that could have access to various locations across the county. Next slide, please. So that is how it's been set up, and it is one of the goals in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan 5.1 that addresses as one of the things that they're working on. Next slide, please. So the way this works, and I think this is my last slide, as an online booking system. So we had a soft launch in December with with Havelock, Apsley, and Lakefield locations, and an official launch on April 3rd in Havelock. We have 12 agencies that have registered to use this, including the social services in booking and using space in various township locations and county locations to visit with clients. Next slide, please. These are the locations, and it wasn't ideal for me to launch this program without one in your municipality, but I wasn't able to, we were in the library, but I was giving a key to 12 agencies to the library wasn't really an option. So I'm quite happy that with the help of your CAO, we were able to work with the health center to open up space there on Wednesdays and Thursdays. I don't have this on the website yet. I'm working on that right now, but that'll be launched very soon. Next slide, please. So for the sake of time, I would encourage councillors to visit the peterborough.ca/hubs website. All the locations are listed, provide some images of each of those locations. At this point in time, it's really agency driven, where hypothetically, if I worked for CMHA, Canadian Mental Health Association, I have registered for many of the locations in the county. I've linked to an online calendar and can book space in any of those 10 locations that are listed and serve clients in rural locations. That's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Excellent, Chris. Does anyone on council have any questions with Chris? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mayor Lemson. Thanks, Chris. Good presentation. I have one question and 2 or 3 comments. 2 if I link them. The question is, I know that at one time you were also having discussions with the BCC, the Buckhorn Community Center. Is that still ongoing, or have you, or do we not need that now that you have the health center?
Through the mayor, those are ongoing. So we are still working. It is Wednesday and Thursday that the medical center was able to supply some space. So in further discussions after I let them know that we had secured that, because we had been having discussions prior, that's still definitely open to, if they're able to work it out and manage the calendar system and those sorts of things, that, Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, if we were able to work something out, then that would be certainly something I'd be open to and work with them to accomplish.
Thank you. And the 2 comments, if I may. The first one is on your slide of the purpose of hubs. I think one big one that was probably hidden in there is just visibility. I think a lot of our residents have no clue what services are available to them. And the fact that you actually have a physical location here will do a lot to open it up and spread the word that there are services available to our residents here in Trent Lakes. And the third comment is just, and I think we can overcome this, but a lot of this is on the city's website, and that it probably should be in one location, but it sort of is requisite on us to make sure that we have strong visibility on our website, have links to the one website so that it's easy for people to access it. So I think we have a role to work with you to try and publicize it. But I do worry a little about the online booking system. It's the right way to go, but I'm afraid that a lot of the vulnerable people who need these services may not be comfortable or adept or capable of using an online booking system. So is there an alternative somehow to that? Is there a phone backup or some other means by which they can access these services?
Through the mayor, at this point, and just a point of clarification, it's very agency driven at this point in time. This is more of a first stage. So if you were my client and I was meeting with you, normally you'd have to come into the city and meet with me. But knowing we had an appointment, I would book the space in the medical center to meet with you. It wouldn't be you booking that space, and it's not open to the public to say, go into the medical center and say, hey, I'd love to, knowing that all these 12 agencies that have access to this, I need services from Forecast or Children's Aid or whoever it may be. It's very agency driven at this point. And the use of these, Havelock is gaining some traction, not a lot of use in the other ones yet. Agencies are going to have to figure out how they're going to manage their internal work structures to make this happen. It's a little easier for a large organization like social services to do this, but when you have not-for-profits have a little more of a strain on how they allocate their staff. So I'm going to give it a little bit of time. I'll be looking at the numbers every 6 months as to the bookings. And as it grows, which I hope it does, I'll be taking a next step to see how they might want to use this as more of a public-facing service versus an opportunity for agency staff to come out and meet with their clients versus something that is staffed, 5 days a week. It's not the case right now.
If I can just follow up with that, to the extent that it moves in that direction where it's more open and available, probably not a bad idea. Consider a launch in each of the municipalities, just so that there is some press and some promotion and communication of the service, because it's going to be pretty quiet, I think, in the very beginning. But as you say, one step at a time. Thank you.
Any other comments? Go ahead, Councilor Brayberg.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks, Chris, for that presentation. I know it's early stages, year one of your 4-year plan. Do you have any data? Have you collected any data on who's using the services more from your categories that you have, the child or any other sort of areas that people are contacting your agency?
You're talking about the hubs?
Yes.
Okay, so the community safety and wellbeing plan, that's the 4-year plan. The hubs is intended, and I purposely didn't call it a pilot or a test or anything. It's meant to be a permanent thing so that we do it over a long period of time, because I do think it's going to take time. There's no data yet on the hubs as far as usage. There are certainly agencies, they'll be over time collect how many rural clients they have and how they're serving them. But at this point in time, the usage is very low, if that was where you were going with your question.
Yeah, and I'm sure once everybody becomes familiar with the process and accessing it, I think it's important just to have certain data for the different municipalities within the county. And I'll use Trent Lakes. If you are receiving certain calls for service, I'll call it that, it'd be good for the municipality to know what types of, not that you're going to get into detail, but generally here there were 20 calls or 20 meetings, and they were surrounding this, and it would just help the municipality in identifying certain issues and that sort of thing, and addressing them.
So just through you, Mayor, my hope is, and I have the permission to do this from them, I'll use Canadian Mental Health as an example, and I know they've made arrangements for their mobile unit to be parked, I think, in front of the BCC periodically, which is fantastic. But saying, asking CMHA, I will know from the calendar that they had 10 meetings in the first quarter of 2023, hypothetically, but I'm not about to promote that without them feeling, getting their permission to say that for your benefit. I'm more than happy to tell you how many Ontario Works clients there are in your municipality, but that sort of thing can be sensitive, that me being one of those 10 wouldn't make me feel good. But again, every not-for-profit and service provider understands that data drives a lot of things and a lot of their funding. And when they show the need, it just has to be packaged properly. So it is my intention to be able to, I'll be able to say, we had this many appointments, but I'm not going to say it was with Court the Sexual Assault Center, who is one of I will give them kudos. To each of the new locations, they're sending out a manager to take a look at each spot, work there for half a day, see how the Wi-Fi is, see what the office space is before they send out their staff or have their clients come visit a location. So they're doing their due diligence, which is great.
And I absolutely think this is an opportunity to grow. I think that this is a necessary thing. You've got many agencies together. You've got a leadership team that's vast different parts of our sector. And I think it's important. I think that when you get data, I think you'll find that this was very well needed. Thank you very much for all your efforts. Go ahead, Councillor Franzen.
Yeah, just, I'm glad that you have one of the hubs within the municipality, but I'm wondering if in the future it could be expanded, because it still would be onerous for a lot of residents to make their way to Buckhorn. It probably would be easier if some of the services would be available in the city of Port Lakes for some of our residents.
Through the mayor, I'm open to opening them anywhere, really. If you thought there was a location in Kinmount and you thought agencies would go, when you visit the website, maybe I should have brought it up, like it lists all of them. Like in Douro-Dummer, we have two. We have one in Warsaw, but also at the Douro Library. In Warsaw, the municipal office, and the Douro Library. It's not to say other locations can't be put on there. Someone just has to be responsible for it. The way this works is I'm not responsible for the medical center. It becomes their job, and actually I'm thankful that township staff are also stepping up to help manage that, the calendar and the registration process. So it kind of comes out of my hands after we set it up. I just see what registrations come in. So I keep track of, say, those 12, and as that number grows. But if there are other locations that you think would be suitable, I'm open to exploring them and adding them to the options.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Chris.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much for your presentation and all the efforts that you put into this, Chris. It's amazing. Okay, I'm going to motion.
Motion to receive?
Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councilor Braybrook for a seconder. All in favor? Motion has carried. Okay, we can move on to 8.2 of our agenda, which is Mark Makrowski, CEO of Kawartha Conservation. It's close.
That was awesome. That was great.
Well,
Go,
see that you're leader, Mark.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor Armstrong, and members of council. It's my pleasure to be here today. I understand there's an omnipotent being that is working on the slides for me, so that's awesome. And just like to recognize Councillor Franzen as well. I know he sat on our board a couple of terms ago, I think it was. So glad to have him back, and I think we have a pretty good board. So looking forward to working with them for the term. So. With that, I'll go into my presentation. It's on our 2023 operating budget and special project submission. So with that, just moving to the next slide. See, I already know. And that is our budget process, which is laid out here. We started the process last year with our previous board. Before elections, reconfirmed some of the principles with our new board. And at this point in time, our budget is out for a 30-day circulation period with yourself and our other municipalities. And we are looking forward to, in a couple of weeks' time, having a budget vote on that budget. So that's kind of where we are right now in the process. Moving on to the next slide, we have just a couple of highlights. We are looking at a 3.75% increase in municipal levy. That's $62,000 as it works out, and that is spread out amongst all participating municipalities according to a formula that is provided by the province. And it's a combination of current value assessment and the watershed area. So it's that's how it's calculated out. It's an equal distribution. There's some assumptions that are made in the works. So and in terms of Trent Lakes, there has been a reduced apportionment on the CVA side of things. So it's a 3.58% increase for city for the Trent Lakes. And you see the dollar figure there that that is presented. I'll get into how much that actually is in a couple slides. The next slide goes into the types of programs that we have, and I should mention this will change dramatically next year because there's some regulations and legislation that was passed down by the province which reframes a lot of this work. So for instance, the operating levy is kind of our key levy. That's the work that we do. That would be split into 3 different components in the future. And then this project service agreements, that will be categorized as really what are called category 2 programs, and those are programs that are done on behalf of municipalities. So an example of that would have been before natural heritage commenting. We had agreements with our municipalities for that. Another example would be risk management official services for the Clean Water Act, which is a municipal responsibility. And sometimes municipalities contract with conservation authorities to do that. Our source water protection technician also does the risk management official, so it's a nice tie-in. Already know what's going to come down the pipes and how to apply it. The other element in here is general benefiting projects levy, and that is deemed by the board to be important for the business to carry on. And so those are short-term projects. An example of that is, for instance, some records management that we've been involved in for a couple of years now. Special project levy are the projects, as mentioned, or service agreements. And I should mention a really important part is that we have program generated revenues as well that support the budget overall. So in between program generated revenues, government grants and project grants, we gain about just over $800,000 in revenue, and that helps support municipal operating levies. The next slide that I have for you is dealing with some of the pressures and influences. So I already mentioned the legislative changes. Really the big one for this year is inflation and economy for our business. We've seen a bit of a shift in some of the supplies and how much they cost. And of course, there's always the labor component, which is a pretty big component of our budget as well. And grant availability is one of those ones that you can never really bargain for, but we have a pretty good track record as well of getting grants that support some of the work that we do. The next slide I have for you, and we'll see what format we sent it in. Okay, great. It was PowerPoint. So the next slide I have for you is how our budget looks like related to your municipality specifically. So you can see here on the operating levy side of things, it's just over $2,500. When we add in the general benefiting projects, it's an overall increase of $2,700 to $22. So that is the comparative from year to year. And of course, the kind of broke out the special project separately, which is the floodplain mapping, which we're happy to work with you on. And we've categorized this as 273. We understand that the county folks got together and they worked it out in order to make sure the numbers match. So we've recorded in 1 year, but really it's over 2 years where that is tied into it. And there's also the funding that you receive from the federal government as well that helps support that. The next slide that I have for you outlines the general benefiting projects. So these are the projects that are deemed by the board to be important for all municipalities to contribute to. Equally, and that's on the municipal apportionment formula that I mentioned earlier. So we have digitization of records, and we've been busy doing that. We've focused in on our planning records, permitting records, and corporate service records. And so to date, we've scanned 300,000 records. And that's all input into an IMS, and that really makes it's crazy how many records you create over time. And what that does is enables us to effectively and efficiently get material. So it's also cheaper in the long run. You don't have to rent a storage space, which is where we're starting to get into. So we're able to, digital software is much easier to manage that. And from an IMS perspective, it really streamlines our permitting and planning activities as well. One element that we've kind of dropped off the plate is the website design application tracking. That ties in with our IMS, which is relatively new. So what we're looking at doing is opening a piece of that up to our clientele so that they can see, for instance, the status of their permits online. And so we're pretty happy about that. It's in a beta testing phase at this point in time. And we look forward to opening that up in a broader sense going forward. The element that replaced it is the environmental monitoring strategy. So it's a 10-year strategy that was passed by our board last year, and this is the implementation of it. And what we're trying to do is fill in data gaps, make sure that we have information that's readily available. And that's not only for us, but also for our communities that we serve. An example of that would be flood forecasting. So we have flood forecasting gauges across the watershed, but we know that we have gaps in our system. So we're looking at filling those gaps, and also so we don't have to go to the site and actually download the measurements, which is terribly inefficient when you're in a flooding situation, having them online. So we're able to get that information a lot quicker. And the other part of this is making sure we're able to translate that information over to our website so everyone can benefit from that information as well. The next slide that I have for you is identifying the special project, the floodplain mapping study. So I'll run through these fairly quickly, but there are two stretches of rivers that we're looking at, Nogies Creek and Misquazibi. And if we flip to the next slide, there's a couple of graphics that just demonstrate how these, some of the information that'll tie into to these particular stretches of watersheds. So this is an example of a digital elevation model that has a bunch of little cross sections cut through it. And being a digital model, it's a lot easier to cut more information out of those models in order to get better information across the watershed. Before, we had to, kind of survey the whole length of these. And sometimes if you had a big area that wasn't, you couldn't really gauge where exactly the watershed was. You wouldn't have the full length, and you had to assume past that. Digital elevation model, you can just cut a further cross section. So the only part we do is in-channel work in order to make sure that cross section is complete, and that results in better information and a more accurate floodplain in the end. The next slide shows the watershed area for Misquazibi. And so there's two elements that are done. There's hydraulic modeling, which is how much water is flowing through the whole of the watercourse. And then that little blue area in the bottom is the area that we're going to focus in on for the hydraulic section, which is when you have all that water, how does it actually move in the channel? And that's what generates your floodplain, which we'll actually see on the next slide that talks a little bit about Nogies Creek. So you can see here on the right-hand side, there is some modeling that is in a program that's used in order to figure out how water flows through. So that's a channel cross-section that's modeled through the engineering software. And the result that you have is that's overlaid on top of a surface, and that gives you that blue line that you can see there. And that's how you get your floodplain in the end. So there are a number of residential structures that are in the floodplain. Of course, doing floodplain mapping, we're trying to protect people and the properties investment that they made in the areas. And if you've seen some of the flooding, which you probably have in the past, it's a pretty important thing to do, because it can be pretty traumatic for people that are in that. And right next door, you have the Burnt River, so I'm sure you're pretty familiar with some of those stories. The next slide that I have is shows you Nogies Creek in the watershed. So it's a pretty big watershed ending in the top end of Pigeon Lake. And the blue area again is the area that we're going to focus in on for that floodplain modeling, that hydraulic side of things. The next slide I have just outlines some of the finances for you. And like I said, it is over 2 years. Our accounting folks have worked out the details on the numbers, and so they match. And it is also supported by the federal program that's going on right now. And the province is involved from a transfer perspective from the feds to municipalities or conservation authorities, as may be the case. Next slide I have for you is really some highlights of the year that we experienced. Just a little bit about what we've been doing. So you see some kids on a snowbank there, and some people that are doing some work in very cold weather because monitoring never stops. So we have in those cases a couple of people doing some flood forecasting work for us. some snow surveys and some flow measurements. The next slide is just a highlight of some of the administrative components. It's been a busy year. It's hard to think back, but we opened up our business. We were closed, of course, for the community during the pandemic, and we opened up last year. It seems like longer, but time really flies. There's Conservation Authorities Act changes. We've been involved in that for previous year. It'll go on for the next 2 years, this year and the following. Before that, those timelines are completed. Part of that is developing agreements with yourselves, for instance, on the programs and projects that we do. So you can look forward to probably seeing me again if that's amenable to you. And we've also looked at, we saw some benefits, of course, during the pandemic for working remotely as well as working in the office. And so we are trying to maintain both of those in a reasonable way that services our communities and represents more of a modern way of doing business. So we have also held a couple of new events. They opened up the community events again on a couple of different fronts. So we had our Christmas at Kennereed event, which is pretty popular. There are a few brave souls that came out. It was extremely windy and rainy that day, but we had a good number come out, and we had a fall festival that was our first and was very successful, and that was all funded through the province under a tourism grant. So it was great, $300,000 to support those activities, and we put in a disc golf course as well in Kennereed Conservation Area. And part of that is recognizing that people use our properties and experience nature in different ways, and we want to connect with those different ways. The next slide I have for you are some of the business improvements that we've had. I mentioned the website, and that's an ongoing element, but we also looked at renewing our climate change strategy. A lot of that work will be going on this year. And last year we tidied up the previous plan and did some reporting on that. Another big focus has been on information technology, making sure we have adequate securities in place and really just making it a beefier model so that we have adequate protections for our data. And not one of the more interesting projects unless you're a techie, but it's really important as a base. Another element that we did is the client service and streamlining initiative. This was something that conservation authorities as a whole did, and I can show you some of the results on the next slide. So what we did was we actually took the old, it's called the Conservation Authorities Liaison Committee standards, which was developed with the development industry, conservation authorities, and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry back in 2010, and reduced those timeframes as a collective by about 30%, so faster turnaround times. And so that's what you see on this slide. You can see in the first half of the year we did great. Second half of the year we had some turnover in our staff, so you can see it kind of varied a little bit as we go through. So we're still in a state where we're trying to catch up a little bit from that time frame, bringing everyone up to speed. And but we are doing better on that front. So we look forward to 2023 and being right back where we were at the beginning of the year. Next slide I have for you is some of the highlights of the environmental monitoring strategy. So as I mentioned, we're looking at trying to fill data gaps, make sure we have real-time information report on a regular basis, and address different monitoring pieces that are important for that. So the way that we've structured this 10-year plan is deal with what are now Category 1 programs, flood forecasting, precipitation, front load that work, and then at the tail end, look at some other water quality elements that we're looking at trying to augment a little bit more. Part of that is reporting on our data. So we do have a new online public site that helps display some of our regulated areas, some source water protection, some other information. But one thing I find pretty exciting is the other piece, which on the next slide, we actually have a dashboard of information that we're actually collecting. And so what we're doing is we're updating that on a continuous basis. And so we have 3 different kind of areas that we're experimenting with in order to see how well they work. But an example of this one is you can actually play with the data. So you can see when the information is being uploaded, what was the previous year to that, where are the different stations saying. So an example of this is snow surveys. But from my mind, if you like snow, if you're cross-country skiing, you like snowmobiling, you can kind of see where the snow is. And that kind of helps, you know, in a different sense, you know, it's information, so you use it however you're interested. The next slide I have for you is a little bit more about some of the local context around some of the monitoring that we're doing. So in your backyard here, there is a all-weather precipitation gauge that we're pretty excited about, and that went up a little bit, had a little bit of an upgrade. So we're just finishing, I believe, off some of the work this year, and that'll make it a fully online system as well. So that's great. Public Works might use it as well. That's all the beauty of having this all integrated. And we did have some equipment actually vandalized as well. So someone found our PGMN well and ripped all the stuff out of it. So not sure what they used it for, but they pulled out the entire cable from the ground and all the monitoring equipment. So we had to shut that down, and because there's some Reg 903 that we have to be cognizant of and secure the site, and then we hope to get that back up online this year. So anyways, that's a couple of things that some good news and some news that we just have to kind of work with as we do monitoring. We have cables cut every so often and equipment stolen, but on the grand scheme of things, we do pretty good on that sort of stuff. The last project I wanted to highlight is actually not one of yours. It's actually one of City Kawartha Lakes projects, but it has benefits to your municipality. And that is we're part of a research collaborative. We started this off a couple of years ago, and then it kind of took off after that. And so there's these little aquatic bubblers, or thrusters, they're called. People put them at the end of their docks and kind of keeps the weeds clear. If you're an environmentalist, you call them aquatic plants. And so what it does is it pushes it out. One of the problems, of course, is that it's not permitted. So technically they're not sanctioned if you're putting on the Trent Severn waterway. It's a policy gap because there's no information to say how this can be supported and what the impact is on the environment. So what we're doing is through Carleton, another Conservation Authority, and Trent Severn Waterway, is developing the science behind this in order to better qualify what the impacts are of these stressors, and hopefully then lead to a policy that they'll be more informed, and instead of a no, it might be, if you are putting it in, then here's some considerations. So we're pretty excited about that. And as I mentioned, there's a pretty big grant that supports that one as well. The other program is sediment and erosion control. So we have some staff trained in the official kind of way that you do sediment and erosion control. And this kind of ties into the other project, is even better, don't have weeds in the first place. But if they are there, then you have to apply some controls. What this does is we've done some workshops and brought in the people from Toronto that are doing cutting edge science on what are called low impact development techniques and erosion control, figure out which ones are the most effective, and then presenting on them. So we brought them up, and we had some pretty successful workshops with our local development community, municipalities, and I think even M&R and a couple other folks were in on that too. And in the end, if you reduce your sediment, you end up improving your lake systems, and a lot of that comes from disturbing the ground in a general sense. So phosphorus, which is a plant limiting nutrient, it binds really tightly to soil particles. So if you get more soil in your lakes, you'll end up with more weeds. So that's the kind of short end of that story. So we try and prevent sediment erosion from getting into the lakes, and this is one of the ways to do that. So with that, Mr. Mayor, that is the conclusion of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Very well done. Any comments or questions from council? Deputy Mayor Armstrong.
It's really not to you, Mark. Thank you for the presentation, but it's more to Donna. I was just hoping that you could speak to what our budget for conservation, Kawartha Conservation looks like in 2023 and 2024.
So through you, the current budget is 72,000 for the general and operating levy. We typically have the budget for the Conservation Authority before we pass ours, but we didn't have that. So we will have a slight overage based on today's numbers, but we're pretty close. And we did budget for the mapping project, which is a commitment from Trent Lakes of 68,500 for 2023 and 2024, with the remaining monies coming through the grant from the federal government. So.
Great, thank you.
And we are embarking on the Misquizzibi floodplain mapping, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that was,
Yeah.
thank you. Any other questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you very much, Mark, for your excellent presentation.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
We appreciate all that you guys do, our people do for us.
Thank you.
And I would entertain a motion.
If I may, the finance department has requested that council receive the presentation and support the inclusion of 72,000, as Donna mentioned, for the operating general levy, along with the previously approved funds for the flood mapping special project for the 2023 budget.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Francis. And support.
And support.
Okay. The motion to receive and support is recommended.
Yep.
And we have a seconder is Councillor Braybrook. Any other conversation? I'm seeing none. I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we can move on to item 9.1 of our agenda, which is delegations. And we have Gary Jaros, the president of the Cavendish Community Ratepayers Association Incorporated. Gary, you can unmute yourself and share your video if you like.
Thanks. I was just waiting to get unmuted by the organizer, but it looks like we're all good, and it looks like someone's going to do the slides for us. So thank you, council, for your time today for this delegation. I must point out that this delegation is being led by the Cavendish Community Ratepayers Association and the Crystal Lake Community Association on behalf of all of the cottage ratepayers associations in Trent Lakes, many of whom we've spoken to and who are supportive of our approach here today. So if we could just go on to the next page, please. So back in 2016, council passed our 2016-197, which was for a annual cottage ratepayer association meeting. And it was to be continuous every year on a date established by council. And in fact, the reason behind it was a lot of staff time and councilors' time was being used on weekends during the summer at various meetings. And we all agreed it was not a great use of their time. And so the first meeting was excellent that we had. And then we tried providing some input on topics. And we didn't get a lot of support for our suggestions from the various associations. And, attendance started to drop off. In fact, we've been very vocal, and many of you, Peter, Councillor Franson, Deputy Mayor Armstrong, and Mayor Lambshead, you'll know because you would have seen emails from many of the associations over the years submitting input to these meetings with not a lot of acceptance. And so last year was probably the worst attendance of all the meetings. So the recommendation staff has, which you'll be hearing later on in today's agenda, is to cancel the 2023 meeting and then to consult with community groups on format, content, and timing for the 2024 meeting. We believe this is something that has been ongoing already for a number of years without a lot of successful outputs or results, and contend that we may be having the exact same conversation a year from now, which is why we're now taking this forward as a delegation. So if we could go to the next slide. As I mentioned, the first meeting was great. Second meetings, we were getting more of information sharing on topics that most of the associations do keep on top of because we do communicate that out to our members. So the topics and presentations didn't really address kind of the association executive concerns and not the resident concerns that are shared by many of the associations. The meeting format, because it's a special council meeting, was somewhat ineffective and public consultation was somewhat limited. And typically, the planning didn't give a lot of lead time coming into the meeting. So if we could just go on to the next slide. So what we would like to come forward with is to create an environment where there's some more fulsome consultation with various stakeholders in terms of the topics and the format of the meeting. And as I mentioned, CCRAI and CLCA have undertaken this on behalf of all the other associations, many of whom we've spoken to and many of whom support our approach. We want to look at all the ratepayer groups as equal partners. And we want to make sure that we have a meeting where there is meaningful two-way dialogue with council and staff with definable and actionable outcomes. So we can just flip to the next slide, please. So our recommendations is that the 2023 ratepayers meeting is not canceled, but only deferred and from the scheduled June date and rescheduled later on in the year. I think probably September would be an appropriate time. We're also asking that we get a three-way group struck representing council, staff, and ratepayers to determine the topics of discussion, format, and timing, because we do have to take into consideration council's time and staff's time. The working group basically will clarify what the expectation of the meeting is, the topics, how we're going to conduct that meeting, what the key topics are, identify any background information, and develop a communication plan to all the ratepayers so they're all included. Next slide, please. Our recommendation is that we have a special council meeting, which, by the way, is already on the agenda for this year, so that it's already been announced. We just have to reschedule the date. And what we're looking at is that we have the group solicit information from all the ratepayers to get topics of information that we would like presentation from staff on, and appropriate delegations from the ratepayer groups, and that we have that special meeting with all of council, and we get that information sharing and delegations. At the conclusion of that special council meeting, we'd like to convene a facilitated session with the mayor and the deputy mayor and the clerk to take notes. So this will now not constitute a council meeting or a special meeting. And then at the conclusion of that session, a second facilitated session between the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the ratepayer cottage association executives without staff present. We are also supporting that council in any way, shape, or form, whether it's the mayor and the deputy mayor or some combination of them and the ward councillor, conduct town hall meetings in all three wards. Probably should have been done already since the election was last October. This is a different vehicle than what we are talking about here today. Town hall meetings do not replace the ratepayer association meetings. When you go to the town hall meetings, people do not talk about facilities master plans and what recommendations are, or waste management plans, or dive into the communications plan or the economic development plan. That's what the associations and the ratepayers do. And so that's why the town hall meetings are something that should be done, but are not a replacement vehicle for the ratepayer cottage association meeting. Next slide, please. So we would like to have a motion made that the 2023 annual ratepayers meeting be deferred and rescheduled, and that a working group comprised of representatives from council, staff, and ratepayer groups be constituted very quickly. Plan a ratepayers meeting later in 2023. We think September is probably a good time frame, and specifically that group will work to confirm the purpose, format, timing, topics, and communication plans, and establish an ongoing process for the planning of future annual ratepayer meetings. That's the motion that we're asking for now. I also understand that staff has a report later on, so I don't know if council's in a position to make a motion, so I'm going to ask the clerk before my final comments if we will wait for the staff report and then reconvene this agenda item.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation there, Gary.
Sure.
I think we will make that decision here right now. If we will receive this for information and then come back to the idea of a motion later in the agenda.
Perfect. So let me just give you my final comments then before we move off this.
Sure, go ahead.
So the reason why we are coming forward with this motion and why it's important for council to make the motion and support the motion by approving it is because we have invested money as constituents and as a township in a comprehensive communication plan by the letter M, which was done 3 years ago. One of the key recommendations out of that report was to strengthen communication partnerships with external community organizations to enrich the ability to reach seasonal residents. We are those community organizations. And that's why this is important. In fact, in their communication goals, they said consistently reach many ratepayers as possible in communications activity. Collect viable representative input from community to guide the planning and decisions, as well as feedback on existing issues and topics. And that's what we're asking to be done. It also went further to say, build strong community channels with partners and influencers. These are the partners and influencers. We are the associations that help our township get to #1 in the county in diversion rate, saving our township millions of dollars in waste management haulage fees and getting us to the top 10 in diversion rate in Canada. That is what we do. In terms of the strategic priorities, one of them was strengthening public engagement opportunities and improve communications. We think this is an ideal way for each of the candidates who, by the way, campaigned on improving communications with constituents, talked about increasing public engagement and using feedback from constituents and community groups to prioritize municipal projects and initiatives. And I would think each of you are fully prepared to fulfill those obligations that you made. In regards to the Municipal Act, this is a special meeting. I know there's some concern from staff about making notices and appointments and making these open to the public. As a special meeting, it's always been open to the public. We have very rarely on any of the occasions advanced or materially moved any municipal business. So that is not an issue relative to the Municipal Act. In terms of procedural bylaw, we need only 24 hours of notice for a special meeting, only 7 days for a regular council meeting. And this meeting is already on the agenda. It's already been approved. So the notice has already gone out to the public. So all we really need to do is reschedule a date and put together a working group, which I think is something that council is more than prepared to do. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Gary. We appreciate your input. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Franzen.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I think that any time that we can engage our ratepayers is a good thing. And I would support this motion. And I believe we should deal with it after Donna's made her presentation.
Any other comments? Councillor Braver, go ahead.
Yeah, just a comment. I think the spirit of the proposal, it's important, and I support the premise as well. The communication component is key to establishing a well-informed constituency, ensuring proper and wholesome feedback to issues affecting our ratepayers. This type of initiative is a good starting point to developing a standardized, if you will, process where all ratepayers, cottage association heads, work with one another to identify individual and association-specific issues to be brought before council for discussion and consideration. Can I ask a question though, Mayor?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Just one of the questions, Gary, in your proposal specific to 2023.4, how would the two meetings differ from the special and then the appointed meeting with the mayor and deputy mayor?
Well, I am probably, the clerk is probably better able to explain that, being an expert in the Municipal Act, but I also have fairly good knowledge of the Municipal Act. The special meeting is a council meeting, so there is very little two-way discussion. So once you are, and there's no different than your own council meeting, there's very little two-way discussion unless topics are on the agenda. But that doesn't allow for fulsome public engagement. So the special meeting does information sharing on topics that are important to the associations. At the conclusion of that meeting, we merely have a mayor, deputy mayor with ratepayer executives. Therefore, it does not fall into the Municipal Act, does not fall into the procedural bylaw. We can have two-way discussion on a number of different topics that are important to the ratepayers association and frankly would be important to council members as well. But it does not fall into the Municipal Act or the procedural bylaw. And the only reason we're asking for the clerk there is because it's probably good to have some minutes on action items. That's really what we want to take out of that. The last discussion, just as it relates to the mayor and deputy mayor without staff, is just because, you know, there may be some discussions that maybe there's people who would want to have without staff present. And but again, would not fall into the procedural bylaw or under the Municipal Act. Does that answer your question, Councilor Braybrook?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Just want to ensure that any any other meeting, the second meeting you're having there, that all of our constituents are aware of, I guess, the content and result of it.
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for your question. Councilor Braybrick, any other questions? I'm seeing Deputy Mayor Armstrong, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lamson. Thanks, Gary. We have somewhere between 25 and 35 associations, road associations, lake associations, community associations. So how many associations have you spoken with that support this proposal?
Well, as you probably are aware, Carol, having been on one of these associations before and been at these meetings before, the road associations typically don't get involved in these kinds of meetings because road associations are all about collecting money and maintaining the road. So they typically do not come to these kinds of meetings. The kind of associations that come to these would be Catchacoma Cottagers, the Gold Lake, Bottle, McGuinness, the Picard Lake, the Salmon Lake, North Pigeon Lake, Little Bald. And many of those we have already spoken to with respect to this and are supportive of our approach here. So it's those ones that get involved in the larger file issues that work with the municipality. We're not talking about individual property issues that people have. We're talking about larger files that cost our constituents lots of money, is a lot of taxpayer money, like the facility master plan, like the roadworks depot, etc.
So if I can just follow up. So I didn't get an answer to the question about how many you spoke with that were supportive of this.
We spoke to about a half a dozen of the 30 that, and typically we see about 12 to 15 come. So about 50% of them, Carol.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Go ahead, Councilor Trent.
I just have a comment about basically past councils have done away with councillors going to individual cottage association, road associations. I think it's a good idea for councillors to go through those meetings because you're also not just talking to the executive from these associations, you're talking to the rank and file. There's usually 20, 30 or more people at those meetings, and you get to know the concerns of individual cottagers. I always found it useful when I attended them in the past.
Thank you, Councilor Franklin.
Just a point of clarification, if I may, Mayor Lamson. I don't know that we eliminated that as a policy thing. I usually go to 3 or 4 every summer by invitation. So I don't know.
I think it was a previous council.
I don't think there was any motion or direction around that. But I agree with you. I think it's a very informal way to meet the public.
Past CAO gave direction to council that they shouldn't be attending these meetings.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other conversation about the item on our agenda? I'm seeing none. Can we get a motion? Go ahead, Councilor Braybrick.
Motion to receive.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councilor Cadigan. Any other conversation? I'm seeing none. I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Gary. And we'll probably revisit some stuff after our staff presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we can move on to 9.2 of our agenda, which is the Second Bridge Citizens Group. Lynn, would you like to speak to this item?
So it's going to be Julia.
Oh, yes, right. I should be looking at my agenda. I think we have Julian Faulkner that's going to speak to this. Julian, you can unmute yourself and share your video if you so choose.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Julian. Are you still there, Julian? We are awaiting your presentation.
Hi, this is Christiane.
I believe it should be working now. It keeps popping up as muted by an organizer. Are you hearing me now?
We can hear you, Julian. We also hear some background.
Thank you very much. My apologies. I landed in Owen Sound in order to be able to give this submission. I'm on my way north. So forgive me if there's background at the same time. There is a PowerPoint that we propose to share today. I'll try to cut to the quick because I anticipate my poor technical skills will result in me muting myself again.
Thank you. I think we have the presentation on our monitor here.
Thank you. I believe that Christiane of my office has the con in terms of running this PowerPoint, so that's the only assurance we can have that this won't be bungled, is that I'm not in charge of it. So in terms of process, I just want to remind you who we are. The Second Bridge Citizens Group represents most, but not all of the 16 owners of water access properties around Second Bridge off of Beaver Lake Road, west of the Second Bridge. I just want to comment that in my journeys of knowledge here, I now understand, and I probably should have figured it out before with Mayor Lambshead's comments the previous time we appeared in front of you in early April, that this is quite a unique sort of collection of water access docks. That is, if you look elsewhere in the township, there's a smattering of them, but this appears to be the only significant concentration of them. I've tried to get confirmation of that, but it's quite a unique area. And in fact, if you flip to the next slide, I think it was Mayor Lambshead that said, and you see this is the beauty of transcripts, Mayor, we end up coming back to your words at the bottom of the screen. Quote, I happen to know that location for the last 55 or so years, so it's not very publicly used location. The liability exposure I don't think is as extreme as we think. I think we do have some time. And what I want to say is that it looks like, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like there may be a sort of a principle of unintended consequences operating here. You know, council very fairly acknowledged to us last day when we appeared in early April. The idea is not to drive folks away from this water access situation. The idea is to ensure licensing and appropriate insurance. I think Deputy Mayor Armstrong expressed the desire that we get on with it and get the job done. Nobody's seeking to stop that. This isn't how do we get a free ride scenario. We understand that there's an expectation for licensing. And there's an expectation for reasonable management of risk. What I think happened, and you'll see this, it's set if you flip to page 5. What I think happened, even though there is this spirit of collaboration and intention to work together, the unintended consequence is 80% of the dock owners in our group are unable to obtain the insurance coverage at all. I'm one of those people. That is, example, Wawanesa has made crystal clear that they will not insure based on the terms of a remote dock, remote from the property that they insure, and it's considered a unique situation, and many insurers have declined. Now, I say it's an unintended consequence because I assume you did not intend to create a term or build a mountain we couldn't climb. So again, this isn't about money. What I think, and I'm concerned about, and you can go to the next slide to see the number of insurers who do not have a program for this, all right? These are a list of insurers who simply will not do it, all right? And again, we've done our homework. We're not speculating about this. We're running into brick walls. And And some would say, well, yeah, but there's some insurers that will do it. Now, when I talked about the law of unintended consequences, or the principle of unintended consequences, and I actually refer to it at page 9 of the slides. You can flip to page 9. I am positive that one of the consequences you didn't intend is to force residents to go through a disruption of having to pick up all of their insurance and find an insurer that will do it on the theory of insuring the dock, right? Now, we need to keep in mind there has never been a claim against the municipality involving a dock. That's confirmed in very clear terms in an email that Ms. Taggart was kind enough to provide to me. There is, same with Ms. Waldron's help, there is no history of any claims. That doesn't mean there's no risk. I'm a lawyer. I understand that you have to, good governance says you have to manage reasonable risk, but there has never been a claim. So we're not into the land of urgency, if that makes sense. What we are in is a difficult area where we think that the approach taken, and go to slide 7, please, the sort of one-size-fits-all approach to encroachments has created the problem. I understand you're dealing with the constellation of issues. There were, I guess, some kind of clash between residents somewhere else over some form of encroachment that isn't this style, right? That isn't a remote dock that that the group at Second Bridge accesses. It doesn't even come within that collective. You're trying to manage something else. And the idea was, okay, well, we're going to manage all encroachments all at once. Well, what's happened, and this is what's concerning me, what's happened is that sort of one size fits all is catching us, frankly, in a very difficult position where people are being expected to pick up all of their insurance, home insurance, auto insurance, cottage insurance, to go find an insurer to insure a dock located in a remote area. So something's wrong, right? And it isn't reflected in the policy, original policy report. Now, I want to give Ms. Taggart, Ms. Waldron some credit because they're trying to work with us to come up with, you know, some flexibility and some more time while we sort this out. But I think what is crystal clear is that this is not sort of us sort of making up a problem. And I want to talk about the policy issues at play here, and slide 4 does this best. The Municipality of Trent official plan, if you look at it, 5.1.19, and Mayor, here's the concession. I think the first time I've ever seen this was 2 days ago. So just want to be crystal clear that I don't claim to be an expert. And I didn't know about this before my student, Christiane, helpfully brought this to my attention. But I'm going to quote from the official plan, right? It sets out the land use policies for islands zoned as recreational dwelling areas and states in part, in striving to maintain the character of these island areas and the quality of the environment, the following policies will be considered in the control and development of these lands. C, all lots located on islands, whether created by consent or plans of subdivision, shall abut a water body and provide for the following. The lots for the recreational dwelling has mainland access where adequate off-street parking and boat docking facilities are provided. My simple point is, no surprise there. There is a recognition, just as you recognized, Mayor, in your comments about the history of this particular area, right? Over the last 55 years, if not longer, right? There is a recognition of the important communities that are involved here. And frankly, a growing tax base that, you know, if it were to happen that the 80% of residents would have to be look elsewhere, I want you to know that the level of disruption is not minor. So let me give you an example of what I mean by that. Well, first of all, and you can see this at page, sorry, you can see this at, I'm sorry, I should have, it's page 5. You can see this at page 5. We comment about 80% of dock owners. you know this, I know you all know this. There's 2 marinas on the lake system. I heard Deputy Armstrong refer to, what are marina prices? Well, first of all, Little Gull has 2 or 3 available slips had at the beginning of the season. Ketchikoma had none. There's waiting lists. So this isn't a situation of a simple convenience question. There is an absence of marina infrastructure, and that comes as no surprise that it plagues Ontario lakes across this province. Marinas closing down and people being in difficulty. So this isn't a minor disruption. And again, I call it unintended consequences. This policy was intended to solve a bigger problem and has somehow caught us in a net, which I think is getting more and more difficult. So we say that whatever you are prepared to do to reinforce that spirit of collaboration, Mayor, that you had referred to, we would appreciate. I specifically was impressed by your reference to collaborating with the ratepayers about these locations and making sure that whatever is brought in is based on as much information as you can collaboratively collect. Well, we're still in the process of collecting it. Let me give you an example. I think it is arguable your current insurance policy probably covers the dock issue. Now, I will have to produce the expert report to prove that. But I also believe if this is really about a municipality seeking to double insure, not only does your current policy cover it, but you want to make sure somebody else is picking it up, the insurance, you should know these things. I'm not convinced we have a firm grasp on the state of the township insurance policy. I am not at all, the policy was kindly provided to me, and giving it a glance by, I am a human rights lawyer. I'm the first to tell you, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. But looking at it, I am concerned that that coverage is there. I understand insurance companies would love to bring in others, to have double, maybe even triple coverage. But is that a reason to create that level of disruption for residents? So it's another example of what I'm concerned about here, which is how much has this been thought through with a view to tailoring something for these unique dock accesses? In other words, the situation at Second Bridge is unique. It's not the same as the other quote unquote encroachments that you're trying to regulate. So all I ask is we create some more time and space to get this right. I don't think it's in anybody's interest to develop something that is a mountain we can't climb. My colleague, Ms. Dupuy, Arlen Dupuy, who is also my next door neighbor and a smarter lawyer than I am, is with us as well. And I think she had some items she wanted to take you through. Go ahead, Arlen.
Oh, hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Your Worship and members of council. Thanks for allowing us to speak today. And Julian, I think you've done a very succinct job. The other item we're concerned about, or I guess confused about, is I'm not sure who paid for the lovely infrastructure at the landing where we've enjoyed parking over the years, but some of you, most of you probably know that there was significant dollars put in. I'd heard that some of it had been by Parks Canada, maybe some local, I don't know. But the problem is what we're creating is if we have to follow what we hope not to be the timeline, that will result in many, many people not being able to access that site. And there's been taxpaying dollars put into it. So that concerns me as a local lawyer, a local person who lives in Peterborough and enjoys a cottage on Blade Island, that I don't think that's in anyone's interest to be, creating something with taxpaying dollars and then not letting people use it properly. Because, more importantly than getting insurance in, to Julian's point, this has to work for all of us, and we need more time simply to explore it, because like Julian, our family has also applied for insurance and we're told that it's not possible. So, something's not right here or something isn't understood here. And I think until we get those answers, if we don't get the extension, we're going to be stuck having to relocate. And then that lovely site is not going to be utilized by people. So that was my only other comment I wanted to add to all this.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments or questions?
Just before we complete, I did want to say one thing. There is a reference in the report to either 9 applications or 11 applications have been already filed. I just want to be clear. I'm one of those applications. So they're not filed all with certificates of insurance. So we want to be crystal clear that some of us are trying to demonstrate that we want to play ball with you as best we can, but there's no certificate of insurance with my application, and I'm one of those 9 or one of those 11. I can't tell which they got. And my worry is when you hear there's 9 or 11 applications, I trust you're going to ask the follow-up question, how many have successfully gotten insurance? And frankly, here's your problem. Even if half got insurance, the rest of us have to pick up all our insurance. And Mayor Lambshead, Councillor Braybrook, Councillor Friends, and others, you all know what it's like to have your insurance company say, well, if I'm going to do your home, I have to do your car, and I have to do X, and I have to do Y. Well, so I go to a new insurance company, and I say, well, hi, I hear you're doing somebody's dock over there. What is the odds they're going to turn to me and say, hey, no problem, Mr. Faulkner, we'll give you insurance for the dock, and you can give your business and keep your business elsewhere. You will know right away, as a matter of common sense, that's not how it works. And so the level of disruption being contemplated here is quite significant. This isn't whining folks. I'm hoping what you're hearing is a concern, as I said before, unintended consequences. And so let's try to work together to overcome this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from council? Go ahead, Councillor Braybrook.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks very much, Julian, for your comments. In the spirit of working with one another, trying to come to a resolution other than the required or the proposed requirement for insurance, you as a lawyer, what would you propose in the way of an alternative that would ensure that the municipality is indemnified?
So a couple of things. It really, and fair question, Councillor Braybrook. So I want to be clear. I would want to know as a lawyer how your current policy protects you. And I'm looking at it and it looks like it might. I understand, like all insurance companies, Councillor Braybrook, they would like 2 and 3 and 4 pockets to reach into, right? But we pay, and I say we, not Councillor Braybrook, not Councillor Friends, and all of us who pay taxes pay for this insurance, right? So we all want to know if we're paying for the insurance. We don't want to hear from the insurer that, yeah, you're right, you're paying for it, and yes, it covers you, but I'd rather you not get what you're paying for and somebody else go pay for it. So we need to figure that out, Councillor Braybrook, and looking at that policy, I'm not satisfied you're not covered. That's my first point. And that's key, right? And then, so I would be giving the advice as a lawyer, don't talk to the dumb human rights lawyer, find a real insurance lawyer, and let's get that cleared up first, because I think it's a live question. Number 2, as a lawyer, giving advice to clients has to include a sense of responsibility for the client's goals, aims, and aspirations. What do I mean by that? You're a township that wants to foster a good relationship with the Second Bridge group. They're good people. We're nice people, I think. Well, you know, maybe I'm not, but everybody else is. And what I'm trying to say is, right, that's part of your policies and aspirations is a healthy community living. You're not trying to disrupt everybody. So I'm not going to give you advice designed to disrupt everybody, even if, hey, you should get $10 million coverage for everybody. That would be the maximum guaranteed, could never see, but you'd also lose the goodwill of your residents and potentially lose a series of them. So when I'm giving advice, it's going to be designed to be consistent with your aims, goals, and aspirations. I'm not trying to make a speech. I'm just trying to say it's a balancing act. So in doing the balancing, my best advice is I would then ask the client a question. Okay, how urgent is the risk we're trying to manage, right? Like, is this a risk that has arose last year? Do we have a series of claims going on right now? And the answer is 0. You have 0 claims historically or right now. Doesn't mean they'll never happen. I understand there's a whole chicken little theory about litigation now. It's hilarious. Everybody says, we're all going to get sued. We're going to get sued over everything. You know what's interesting is if you actually look at the actual numbers, you will find out the courts are quite conservative in the damages they award in Canada. This isn't law and order. This isn't the US. They're actually quite conservative. And you do have to be responsible as a matter of good governance. I sat on the board of directors of the Law Society for 13 years. I get it. As a matter of good governance, you have to do a good job, but it has to be consonant with the risk you're facing. So Councillor Braybrook, my point is, and I'll make my long answer short, my point is, my advice to the client would be, given the absence of an actual concrete claim right now, you have time to do this properly. So sit down, sort out something practical. Let's get rid of the unintended consequences, because that's where we are right now. Let's get rid of that, and let's do something practical that addresses the risk. You said the word indemnify. What if it turns out that you're already protected under the policy? What's the message to residents? We want you to pay, we want you to do some more protection for us. Do you see my point? So I would want to have that cleared up. But I'm absolutely, I want you to know, and I speak only for myself, if it turned out that I needed to sign a reasonable indemnification at some point in relation to the dock because there was no insurance protection, I personally, speaking for myself, I wouldn't have a problem with that. We all have to be reasonable. But I'm just frankly not convinced we're there yet, because I think the problem isn't as understood as it should be, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you very much for your short comment. Councillor
All right, I'll do better next time, I promise.
Through you, Mayor, my comment will be short. I do believe we need more time, and I agree with Julian. He's made a good presentation, and I think it proves the fact that we do need more time.
Good, Councillor Braybrook.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks again, Julian. I don't know, it's possibly to our staff, and with the time that we're going to propose to give it to resolve certain issues, I don't know if it is possible to talk to a specific insurance lawyer, and if you do, how would that lawyer, he or she, view personal indemnification from each of the parties up that utilize those docks? I don't know whether that is a conversation that can be had or that sort of.
Thank you, and through you. So staff have contacted our insurer, and our insurer is indicating that the municipality is not covered for privately owned boats on a private dock on a municipal piece of property. So that much I can tell you. I don't know about an insurance lawyer per se, but I do also, there is a staff report coming, and there is a further option that will be provided to council in that report, which would include indemnification, because that is part of the application. So perhaps we can revisit that later on after the staff report, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I just have a comment about this. I mean, this is something we need to address. It's exposure of liability. We realize that whether it's high or low, I don't know. I'm not that person, but I know that those docks have been used by the people that own them and have cottages on the other side of that lake for decades, as we have agreed upon. And now, as part of our own bylaws, we're supposed to have off-road street parking, and Trent Lakes has provided that for everyone that uses those docks. So I think we've created our own monster here, and I think it's up to us to solve this. I think we need to work with each other. Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Franzen.
Motion to receive the presentation.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? I see Councillor Braybrook. Any other conversation? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion has carried. We will receive your report. Thank you very much for that, Julie.
Thank you.
And Arlen. Okay, we can move on now to item 9.3 of our agenda. And I'm not even going to attempt the last name. Bruce, would you like to speak to this file?
Yes.
And how do you pronounce your name so I can?
It's Bryce DeJaco. So
DeJaco.
DeJaco, yeah.
DeJaco.
The first letter and the last three are the easiest way to remember.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, Bryce.
And thank you, Mayor Lambshead, Deputy Mayor Armstrong, and councillors for giving me the floor for a few moments today to talk about a ZBA that was applied in the fall for my property. I'm a property owner at 33 Fire Route 96D, just around the corner here. My wife, Candace, and myself. So I just wanted to give a little context, a little background of us, our family, what our vision is and our intent with the zoning bylaw amendments. I know there's a staff report coming shortly on the agenda, which we'll speak to a little more of the details, but and I see on the screen they did provide the memo that I wrote. Now, we don't need to read that verbatim. I will highlight some areas that I feel are of importance. But I just wanted this opportunity to introduce myself and our plans. So my wife and I have been frequent visitors to Pigeon Lake for nearly 30 years. We have some relatives in Bobcaygeon, and we absolutely love it here. So when we had the opportunity to purchase a property on the lake in 2019, we jumped at it. We thought there's no better place to raise a young family in the Canadian summers than Pigeon Lake, because we absolutely adore it up here. We purchased the property. It is irregularly shaped. There is around 140 foot water frontage, which is excellent. But as you can see, when we get to the staff report, it does have some challenges when it comes to the shape of it on the north end, which hence the reason for this zoning bylaw amendments and the discussion today. We were first in front of council November 22nd of 22. I was unfortunately out of the country with limited access to the internet, so my agent, Gary Newhook, sat in my place and took everyone through the original proposal. The motion at that time was twofold. Number one, it was, and I don't want to get this wrong, it was to obviously for the junior planner, Miss Delamarter, to provide the file for your review. And number two, for the council to defer the ZBA file 22-16, pending a meeting and discussion between staff and the applicants to determine if there's an alternative plan or therefore a solution to this application. Obviously not the response I personally was hoping for. I was hoping for acceptance, but it was also not denied. It was, and so therefore it shows me that council understanding the setback limitations, which we'll go through in a little bit of detail, and the limitation on the need for a class 5 holding tank due to some challenges on the site with the bedrock. Understanding those limitations, council felt there was still a possible solution to this zoning bylaw application. So not to be discouraged, we met with city or municipal staff 2 weeks thereafter with Miss Delamarter, Miss Arbor, and Mr. Jones, third-party planner. And it was understood that the major concern was actually the size of the proposed dwelling, the original proposed dwelling. So a little background on that. The current dwelling on site is just over 1,000 square feet. It is 1,035 square feet to be exact. There is a bylaw that allows for up to 50% expansion, which I'm sure you're all aware of. We were proposing a new structure of 2,500 square feet. So the sentiment was that the structure was just too large to really even start a discussion on the other minor setback variances that we were bringing forward as well. So really to focus efforts on reducing that size of the proposed structure, which we had. Gary Newhook, my agent, also my designer in this, and myself redesigned the structure. We redesigned the site plan. We shrunk the footprint from, and now it is a bungalow, I should mention, for various reasons. Some family members have accessibility issues and we want everyone to enjoy it. So we are designing a bungalow in this instance. So it went from 2,500 square foot roughly down to just over 1,950. We were able to achieve that by eliminating front hall foyer, eliminating a powder room in the front hall, eliminating a hallway to the bedrooms, really just embracing an open concept floor plan, along with reducing some of the size of the bedrooms. So we're quite happy with the new plan. It's actually, personally, I like it better than the original. It's more efficient. It's a better use of space. And it fits better in the redevelopment of this site, being that much smaller than the original proposed. Now, granted, it is still over that 50% capacity or expansion, so we'll get to that there is still relief required, but I think it is a little more palatable than requesting 140% relief. We're down to 38% relief. So just, that was a kind of high level where we were at in November, where we came to today. So if you allow me to review some of the required variances that were issued in the plan and reports, and how my agents and myself have addressed those, and how they look now in this new application or this new proposed dwelling. So firstly, a reduction from the minimum 12-meter westerly setback from the private right-of-way to 3.6 meters to a proposed deck, and 4.6 to the dwelling. So right off the bat, we've removed that proposed deck. So the deck used to wrap around, it's no longer wrapping around. So, and we've actually, because we shrunk the proposed dwelling, we were able to situate it on the site plan more easternly. So we are maintaining our 7.6 meter setback that the current structure is currently sitting to the right of way. Now, granted, it is within relief is still required, pardon me, because it is within the 12 meters in the bylaw, but we were able to maintain how it is currently situated, which I wanted to highlight. The second piece, I spoke to this in detail already, but just at a high level, we shrunk the dwelling down from 2508 square feet to 1946 square feet. I explained how we did that, although relief is still required on some size. Again, we're 88% larger than the current dwelling. So we need relief on that additional 38% that is allowed by the bylaw. Southerly, so a reduction to the 30-meter southerly minimum water setback to 19.6 meters to the exterior wall of the replacement dwelling, and 16.9 to the proposed deck. So this is actually improving the existing water setback. And if I may go back to our original proposal, we really wanted to improve that water setback for a number of reasons, mainly to give the family more space by the water to play. I have a young family, a lot of young nephews and nieces and nephews. We wanted to really utilize our property to the best that we could. Unfortunately, which I'll get to shortly, there were 2 letters written from some of our neighbors in opposition to the location of the proposed new dwelling in November. And at a very high level, they felt it was just located too northerly on the property, that it impeded some of the sight lines on the right of way. So with these neighbors' help, throughout December, they were quite involved in this redevelopment of the site plan and the location of the dwelling on the new site plan. And they have since provided the municipality with written support for the new proposed site plan as it addressed their initial concerns. Now, we moved, going back to this point here, so we are still going to be within the 30-meter setback, but we're actually improving the current setback of 17 meters to 18. Not drastic improvements, but as I said, we did move it from where we thought we were actually benefiting not only the space by the initial application of having it more northerly, we're moving it back southerly to allow for better sight lines on the right of way. And still giving our family plenty of space in the backyard to enjoy the water. But again, to highlight there, we're improving the current setback to our dwelling by another meter. And then the next point, this will be a very quick one. The original proposal had a large deck that projected greater than 3 meters from the dwelling. The bylaw has a maximum of only 3 meters. So we revised the new dwelling, the new site plan to stick to that 3-meter projection from any wall. So the relief is no longer required on this new site plan. Another very quick note here. So because we moved the dwelling more southerly from the original proposal, now we are within the footprint of our current dwelling. Therefore, no longer needing relief on this next point, which we are now, as the bylaw says, we're permitted to build within the current footprint of our dwelling, which we've managed to do now. Next point, so Mr. Jones had quite a few additional points. We talked at length on the setbacks. I hope I've portrayed kind of how we've able to shrink the dwelling and situate it on the sites that really try to respect the current setbacks. Now, because the site shape, we're not able to actually achieve what the bylaw is requiring currently in today's bylaw, but we are either improving or maintaining the current setbacks that are currently on site. 2 points so I'm going to skip past these setbacks because they're just repetitive from the previous comments. There's 3 more comments that I'd like to bring forward here. That's the site plan shows a deck with a covered porch, which the bylaw does not allow a covered deck. I read that bylaw as well, and absolutely I agree with Mr. Jones in his take there. Unfortunately, that's not a covered deck. That is what we're going to be using as a sunroom. We have it clad in glass in all 3 areas. It's an unconditioned sunroom, which actually has its own definition in the bylaw. So I just wanted to bring that forward, that we don't have any covered decks in this new proposal. They are unconditioned sunrooms, and unconditioned meaning there's no mechanicals in there. It's not getting heat from mechanical source or cooling. They are just clad in glass so we can enjoy the elements. The second to last piece I want to bring forward, and I mentioned at the onset, one of the challenges with this site is the septic system. And I had the help from Brad Clark, who's a well-known septic designer in this area, to have a look at the site and design the most efficient and the best system for the new dwelling. He knew the site quite well. He did the neighbors not too long ago. So he knew of the challenges with the bedrock and the slope. And he has determined that a class 5 holding tank, which is currently on site and has been since the onset in the early 1960s, is unfortunately still the only septic design that the site can sustain. So with that, the proposal went to the primary authority, as you know, which is the Peterborough Health Unit. He met them on site to review the proposal, and they agreed that that is the septic system of choice for that piece of land. This is a very important piece that I wanted to hang on to, because as we get to the staff reports, this is where Mr. Jones makes his decision on what he would put forward to council as to his opinion. And because it is a holding tank, he references the official plan, section 5.123.4, paragraph C, which I've printed off here, and I will read verbatim because it is quite important. So sewage disposal systems, the preferred method of private sewage disposal shall be a septic tank and tile bed system. If, in the opinion of the health unit, a site appears to have unsuitable soil, drainage, or other conditions which could adversely affect the operation of a proposed sewage disposal system, soil and similar tests by a qualified professional engineer shall be required for approval, will be given to the proposed system. And I just want to reiterate, the second word in this is the preferred method. Now, if I may, I went to the Oxford Dictionary just to show what the word preferred means. So preferred, very quick, like one thing or person better than another, tend to choose. So council, if I had a choice between a class 4 septic tank or a leaching bed versus a class 5 holding tank all day, I would want a class 4, not only because it fits within the zoning bylaw, but because the maintenance costs are far less. There's no pump outs. I've budgeted for pump outs for the holding tank, and it's a cost that my family is prepared to sustain over the years, but it'd be a cost that would be nice to avoid if we could. So again, the word preferred there, and I strongly believe that if the municipality wanted to outright restrict holding tanks, there would be some stronger language in there. There would be a language of restriction or outlaw, or they would speak more towards that, but instead the language says preferred. So I just wanted to highlight that piece. And lastly, I mentioned this briefly, so there was 2 letters of opposition in November from 2 of the homeowners, Miss Janes and Mr. Lang. Both I was able to contact in December. We had discussions at length about their concerns, and as I mentioned briefly moments ago, they were both involved in the redesign, not specifically the redesign of the dwelling, but the size of the dwelling and the location of it on the new site plan. And since then, we have gained both of their support in a written letter to the municipality that they're pleased with the progress that we've made. And last but not least, Mr. Jones also acknowledged that the resubmission, there was a lot of admirable attempts to situate it and conform within the bylaw. It's just that holding tank that seems to be the crutch at the moment, but I hope I was able to express kind of where we come from and what our hopes are in this new developments, which my family is going to enjoy for many years. So with that, I want to thank you for your time, everyone, and invite questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Anyone have any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Brave.
Through you, Mayor, just a quick comment. Bryce, thanks very much, and thanks for hanging in for the last 3.5 hours with us. But it's really heartening to hear how willing you were and are to involving your neighbors in a decision. You know, as you mentioned, Ms. Janes in November 18th, she voiced some concerns. Yeah. And then in December, you met with them and you tried to, you worked as a team, so to speak. And I'll just quote one of her little sentences here. I believe the updated design has found a suitable site plan that is fitting with the site constraints, enhances the community safety, and maximizes the owner's enjoyment of the setting. So thank you for making the effort to have a cohesive neighborhood.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
It's important to keep good neighbors.
Any other comments or questions? Go ahead.
I think I can maybe just give a little bit of assistance with the whole class 5, so you guys understand a little bit more. So the class 5 is a holding tank. The building code regulates them. The building code is pretty explicit in its language where it says it's applicable to an existing system, but the health unit have had back and forth conversations with us how that's applied. A system is designed based on occupancy, so it's based on bedrooms, based on 2 people per bedroom, based on how much sewage capacity per person times 7 days. That's pretty important, that the tank is designed for 7 days. So maybe a solution or an additional tool that could be used as part of the process is an agreement or a copy of the agreement for the sewage to be removed on a continuous basis, so the municipality has record of that.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. I'm sure that you have some sort of supply of that service already.
Absolutely.
And if we can have that documented and brought to our department. I know holding tanks are sometimes unavoidable in this municipality. We very much expose bedrock, and as long as we can provide some sort of contract to a reputable sewage system.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to. And just comments on that as well. I was speaking with Brad Clark last week, just in preparation for this meeting. And he assured me that, again, yes, the design of the holding tank it's very restricted as to the number of bedrooms. And the current design is for a 2,500 square foot dwelling, which again, we've shrunk. And his comment was that that table in the OBC has actually not been updated in quite some time to account for low flow toilets, low flow faucets. So there is a lot of technology today that will help keep that tank, not full. But I'm, again, respectfully, I'll gladly look at an agreement to have it emptied however frequent that we feel is necessary.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we know there's many changes coming to our building code in the half an hour, and it still continues to change.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? I'm seeing none. Okay, is anyone prepared to make a motion? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Armstrong.
Thank you. A motion to receive the presentation.
Second. Okay, any other conversation? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion is carried.
Thank you,
In case you didn't see, Deputy Mayor Armstrong did have her hand up. Her camera was seized a bit.
Oh, did it?
Okay, thank you very much, Ryan, for your presentation. Okay, we can move on now to staff reports. We'll go to item 10.11, which is Chelsea Carpenter, the Supervisor of Waste and Public Works Coordinator. Chelsea, would you like to speak to this file?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lamshead. Before you is the report regarding the eagerly awaited seasonal bulky plastic recycling program. This program has always been a great success and very well received by our residents. I did want to note that GFL, who we have partnered with in order to offer this program, has advised that the bulky plastic market has not been very good over the last several months. There's currently only one market that is taking the material at this time. These fluctuations in the market can have an effect on our ability to offer these programs or programs alike. But staff are thrilled that we have been provided the opportunity to be able to offer this seasonal program again this year. So staff are requesting that council receive this report regarding a seasonal hard/bulky plastic recycling program, and further that council approve a seasonal bulky plastic program at all 4 transfer stations from approximately June to November, and that council approve the costs associated with the program to be drawn from service delivery funds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone have any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Brayberg.
I'll put a motion to receive and also to approve the 2 items that Ms. Carpenter just laid out.
Okay, thank you. And we have a seconder, is Councillor Cadigan. Any other conversation? I'm seeing none. I will call for the vote. Oh, did you have a conversation?
Just a comment to thank Chelsea for her work in this area and others. She does an admirable job.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cadigan. Okay, I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion has carried. Thank you very much, Chelsea Carpenter.
Thank you, council.
Okay, we have no recreation and facilities. We have no fire and rescue. Now we're on to 10.4.1, which is Sarah De La Marta, our junior planner for zoning bylaw amendment 2226. You can go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Attached to today's agenda is a report from the external planning consultant, Chris Jones, with respect to file number 22-26 to consider a zoning bylaw amendment submitted by Agent Gary Newhook on behalf of the owners Bryce Vincent DeJago, and Candace Naomi DeJago for the Shoreline Residential Private Access Lot known municipally as 33 Fire Route 96D. The file was brought to council for a public meeting on November 22nd, 2022, where the recommendation from the planning report was to deny the application as it represented a significant dwelling expansion on a lot that would be serviced by a holding tank. Council deferred the file pending a meeting and discussion between staff and the applicant to determine if there is an alternative plan that would meet the concerns and requirements raised. Staff and the applicant met after the public meeting and discussed the application. Staff explained that the principal concern with the application was that the replacement dwelling represented a substantial expansion size over the existing dwelling on a lot that cannot sustain a Class 4 septic system. Subsequent to the meeting, the applicant provided staff with a revised site plan, which proposes a replacement dwelling with a ground floor area of 192 square meters, which is smaller than the previously proposed 233 square meter replacement dwelling. The subject land has a lot area of approximately 0.56 acres, with a shoreline frontage of approximately 140 feet. The lot is currently occupied by a single-story dwelling with a floor area of approximately 96 square meters, an attached deck with a floor area of approximately 18.6 square meters, and 2 small storage sheds with floor areas of approximately 16 square meters and 9.5 square meters. The applicant is proposing to construct a single-story replacement dwelling with a walkout basement and an attached deck and garage. In order to construct the proposed new dwelling, the applicant requires relief from several sections of the comprehensive zoning bylaw. Firstly, the applicant requires relief from the water yard setback. The dwelling will be improving the existing non-complying water yard setback from 16.9 meters to 18 meters, whereas the deck slightly encroaches further into the water yard from 15.6 meters to 15.5 meters. The deficient setback to the private right-of-way will need to be recognized, as the deck will be 9.7 meters from the private road and the dwelling will be 7.6 meters. It is also noted that the definition of deck in the Trent Lake zoning bylaw does not allow it to have a roof, and approximately 200 square feet of the proposed lake-facing deck is proposed to be covered. Finally, the proposed septic system, Class 5 holding tank, would be located in the required water yard with a setback of approximately 25 meters, as well as the required setback from a private road with a setback of approximately 5 meters. Peterborough Public Health has issued a septic system permit for the replacement dwelling on July 8, 2022. The permit authorizes the installation of a Class 5 holding tank with a working capacity of 14,000 liters for a 3-bedroom dwelling with a floor area of 200 square meters. At the time the notice of public meeting was circulated, the municipality received comments from 2 neighboring landowners who were not in support of the proposed amendment. It is noted that the municipality received a supplemental email from both commenting parties, which indicated general support for the applicant's revised site plan. Chris's report notes that section 5.1.23.4 subsection C of the Trent Lakes official plan establishes a preferred method of sewage disposal to be a Class 4 septic system. While the official plan accommodates redevelopment within the required shoreline setback, in this case, the redevelopment would substantially increase the floor area of the original dwelling and would utilize a holding tank for sewage disposal rather than a Class 4 septic system. Given the scale of development and given the proposed method of sewage disposal, Chris concludes that it is difficult to reconcile that the proposed zoning amendment would maintain and/or enhance the environmental integrity of the waterfront as described in the growth plan and official plan. The recommendations from staff are as follows. 1. If council is in general agreement with the original and supplemental analysis of the report provided by Chris Jones, it is recommended that the application be denied. 2. Alternatively, if council is inclined to support the application, the following is recommended to be undertaken by the applicant prior to the consideration of a zoning bylaw amendment by council. A. The applicant prepare and submit a phase 1 and 2 archaeological assessment and registration letter. B. The applicant submit a shoreline restoration plan with a focus on assessing the area of existing standing water for habitat function, protecting surface water features during construction, and landscaping and naturalizing the shoreline post-construction. C. The applicant confirm the ownership of intervening lands in the location of the proposed new driveway and obtain an easement over these lands. And finally, D. That the applicant enter into a site plan agreement with the municipality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. Does anyone have any questions about this application? I am seeing none. Anyone prepared to make a motion about this application? I think we're out of the public part now, so my apologies.
I may like to make a motion to support with all the conditions laid out by our
Okay.
planning staff.
Is anyone prepared to second that?
Just a question through you, Mayor.
We really need a seconder for the motion. Then we can have
Seconder, yes.
discussion. Okay, you can second. Okay, now it's open for discussion. Go ahead,
Okay,
Councilor.
thank you. So if we're receiving, are we receiving either one or two?
Two.
Two, I recommend that be approved.
Two.
One was denied the application.
So two, okay.
Okay, you're still okay with
Yes.
seconding that motion?
Yes.
Okay, I just have a comment. I think this is probably one of the most adjusted site plans that I've seen, and I think the conditions on this will address most of the issues that could come into our municipality to affect our shorelines and our water. So I think you've done a great job working with staff and your neighbors to come up with the best possible, not the perfect, but the best possible way to develop your property. And we thank you for that. Okay, any other questions or comments? I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we can move on now. And thank you, Sarah, even though we can't see you. We will move on to item 10.4.2, which is Adele Arbor, our planner. Adele, would you like to speak to this file?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm asking that this report be deferred as we weren't able to get our comments from Peterborough County in time. I have a draft site plan agreement here on my desk, and we only received the comments from Peterborough County at 3:30 this afternoon. And I have already forwarded them to the consultant, DM Wells, who did the entrance analysis. And there are some items that need to be addressed by DM Wells and sent back to the county. So alternatively, I'm suggesting if council would be in agreement to perhaps having a special council meeting, which we need to give 24 hours notice before the meeting can be scheduled. If we have everything in place, can we meet to just lift the hold on the property? And so I do have a draft site plan agreement here, but I really truly need the comments from the county to be included within that site plan agreement.
Okay, thank you very much, Adele. I think we need to talk with council. I mean, I have no issues myself calling a special meeting because this is being delaying and delaying and delaying. And I think the faster we deal with it, the better for everyone. So I think I'm personally in favor of deferring it and having a special meeting just to deal with this. It's up to council.
Through you, Mayor, when would the timeline be for the special meeting?
I believe it would be as soon as Adele can confirm that with DM Wells that we can do all the ideas that are in the I think it's the entrance issue. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Through me, I said it could be this week.
Okay.
It could be this week.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good if we can get to that. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Lampson. Just a question about an alternative approach. Is there a way that we can approve this conditionally? Like approve it provided that the conditions from the county can be met and are documented by DM Wells, so we wouldn't have to convene a second meeting?
That's a question.
Yes, I guess it is.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't see that as being possible because there is a bylaw, corresponding bylaw to this report to remove the hold. There's 3 conditions to remove that hold as documented in the report, and one is that the site plan agreement is executed. So you can't pass a bylaw until those 3 conditions are met, unfortunately. We've looked at all avenues and we need to have the comments from the county into the site plan agreement. And I'll do whatever I can to get those processed as quickly as I can.
Okay, I think you just decided our approach forward. Okay.
I'll make a motion to defer.
Okay. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Cadigan for a seconder. Any other conversation? I'm seeing none. I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion has carried. Okay, and the sooner is better for everyone concerned, I'm sure, if we can
Yep.
get that to DM Wills and get a response back to the county. Thank you very much. Okay. We can move on to 10.5 of our agenda, which is finance. And we have 10.5.1, Donna Taggart, our CAO treasurer. Would you like to speak to this file?
Yes, thank you, and through you. So before you is a report and a draft of an amended policy for the community grants. So at the January 26, 2023 community grant meeting, council directed staff to review the grant policy and the processes involved in awarding that grants and report back with alternatives. So before you is a grant or is a draft amended policy, which really enhances the statement and purpose of grants. It increases the annual budget funds from 0.50 to 0.60 of the previous year's levy. And just to give you an example, that would have allowed council to award approximately $10,000 more in 2023. The draft policy expands eligibility requirements and requires that the funding be used for programs, projects, and activities and not for standard operating expenses like rent, payroll, and utilities. There is a requirement to submit a status report annually 60 days after the event. And the policy contains a new grant evaluation matrix, which will allow individual council members to score and rank applications and also provide a recommendation on the grant amount to be awarded. So after that process is completed by all of council, those results would come back to staff and you would receive a summary report with a suggested amount based on the averages of the amounts indicated by council members. So just to let you know that we have put out a request for public feedback. I did send this policy to all organizations that received a grant in 2023 for comment. And we did provide a date of May 19th, but council may look to expand that a little just to allow some more time. And I did receive a comment from the chair of the Trent Lakes Outreach Center or the food bank asking if we could clarify in the policy that volunteer insurance could be covered through a grant, and that wouldn't be considered an operating expense. So it's for council's consideration, and we're looking to bring it back in June for approval.
Okay. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mayor Lamsett. As most of you know, this has been a pet peeve of mine for 5 years. Our process is too loose, and it's difficult to have an equitable process that ensures people get what is appropriate. So I think this goes a long way towards making it a more disciplined process. There's a lot of money. We're talking $50-some thousand. And if we increased it as suggested, it would be $60,000, which is in fact a 20% increase over what we awarded last year. So significant. So I absolutely support it. I previously talked with our CAO. I'd like to suggest that we bring this back at the second meeting in June. We wrap it up before the summer, but we certainly have some time. And secondly, that we do expand the time frame for feedback beyond the end of this week. Give it a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks, so that we can hear from the organization and also from council, because I do think that question about is insurance covered a good one. Precedent says we have covered that for the hall boards and others in the past. So, we probably need to make that clearer in our definition. So a few tweaks that I think need to be made. I think generally, we're 90% there, but let's give ample time for feedback. And I'd suggest we bring it back second meeting in June, whenever that is.
Okay, any other comments about that? Would you be prepared to make that a motion?
Oh, certainly not. So the motion is to receive the report, to extend the time frame for comments to 2 weeks from this Friday, whatever that is, the 14th and the 19th. Quick math, that's the 33rd, so I guess that's the 1st or 2nd of June. And that a revised policy incorporating those be brought back to council at the second meeting in June.
And we're going to have time in there for council's comment, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
Seconded.
Councillor Cadigan for a seconder. Any other conversation? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to item 10.5.2 of our agenda, which is again Donna Taggart, our CEO Treasurer, with accounts payable.
Thank you. Through you, accounts payable for the month of April for your information.
I'm going to ask you if you could stop spending money, but I must admit, I do like the fact that we're doing a lot more electronically. Every time you look at this, there's more electronic things being accomplished, and I think that saves time and paper and people's efforts. So thank you for that. Any other comments? Right, Councillor Braver.
Through you, Mayor, I'll motion to receive.
Okay, we have a motion to receive from Councillor Braver. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Armstrong for a seconder. Any conversations? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? That motion has carried. Thank you, Donna Taggart. Okay, now we'll move on to administration. You can flip your hat. Item 10.6.1, Donna Taggart, our CAO Treasurer.
So thank you and through you. So before you is a report on delaying the implementation of the license of occupancy policy. So at the April 4th, 2023 meeting, council directed staff to review and consult with the Second Bridge Citizens Group on the license of occupancy policy and report back to council at this meeting. As a reminder, council approved a license of occupancy policy at the June 16, 2020 meeting. And the purpose of the policy was to regulate docks and other encroachments on and adjacent to municipally owned lands. The policy was amended September 6, 2022 to address some issues that had arisen and also to clarify when a license would not be considered or could be revoked. The chief building official and myself have both met several times and had conversations with representatives of the Second Bridge Citizens Group. The group acknowledged the need to have some form of insurance, but are requesting that council consider slowing the process down as some are having difficulty securing the insurance required under this policy. So you will see that the report provides two options for council consideration. The one option is to delay implementation of the policy until July 17th. And that policy also, or that recommendation also includes reducing the insurance from 5 million to 2 million. And of course, still naming the municipality as an additional insured. And the other option is to delay implementation of the policy until January 1, 2024 to allow more time for the individuals that are struggling to get insurance. So on top of that, staff are suggesting an additional policy or additional option for council consideration. And I don't know if Jesse, you're able to put that up. That's okay. I can just read that. So the third option would be that individuals with existing encroachments located on municipal lands be required to enter into an agreement with the municipality as per the license of occupancy policy as amended, and that the required threshold insurance under the license of occupation policy change from 5 million to 2 million, with the municipality still named as an additional insured for the term of the license. All necessary proof of insurance under the license of occupation policy shall be provided to the municipality no later than December 31st, 2023. And if proof of insurance is not provided by December 31st, 2023, that any licenses issued would be revoked as of January 1, 2024. So the existing agreement that individuals would have to sign does have an indemnity clause for the municipality. So it is believed that everybody that would fall under this policy could sign that agreement, which would allow the municipality to enforce the problem areas that have been identified and still give them more time to get insurance before January 1st next year.
Okay. We have 3 options now, I believe. What's the appetite of council? Go ahead, Councillor Cadigan.
Through you, Mayor, how many of the parties involved, 16 I've been told, have actually got insurance now?
I have 9 applications, through you, sir, through you, Mayor Lamson. I have 9 applications before me. 2 are complete, 2 have insurance, naming the municipality as an insured. The rest are not complete. I don't know the specific reasons why, when maybe just because of all the discussion going on, people just did not submit insurance. Some of them have insurance slips. Actually, most of them have insurance slips. They just don't name the municipality. Some have nothing.
So 2 currently.
2.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Brave.
Through you, Mayor, I don't know if this is the right time to bring it up before we receive it. Going back to Jillian's presentation, 9.2, how does that affect how we're going to rule this particular item here?
I think that's all part and parcel. I think this is what we're deciding right now, whether we delay the implementation of this till July or January, or we go ahead with a terminology is escaping me. I'm getting tired with the license of occupation, and as long as we are identified as not being responsible, then that's another option we have to move forward, as long as they have insurance proof by December 31st of 2023. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Armstrong.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lamson. I'd like to put forward the motion that we receive the report and that we approve option 3, which is before us. I think that's, I won't make a comment until we have a second.
Okay, do you have a second for that idea? Councillor Braver for a second. Okay. More conversation. Go
Sorry,
ahead,
through you,
Mayor.
I was just going to say, I think this represents a good compromise wherein we're not holding, use the term, people's feet to the fire to have to get their insurance. But by July, however, that requirement is still a part of the policy. We're simply delaying the implementation to allow for greater time for those people to seek it out. So I think it's a good compromise, and I believe it meets the objectives of the group that presented to us earlier.
Any other conversation? I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion has carried. Thank you very much. We delayed that a bit, but we still need to comply. Okay. John, and we'll go to someone else now. We need a break. Donna needs a break. 10.6.2 of our agenda, which is Donna Tiger, our CAO treasurer, talk to the annual community association meeting.
Right. So before you is a report on the annual ratepayer and community association meeting. So annually, there is a joint cottage ratepayer meeting scheduled for the first Saturday in June. And direction was provided to hold this meeting at the April 6, 2016 regular council meeting. And there was a discussion already on the reasoning for that. So the purpose really was in that meeting and in that staff report in 2016 was to create an opportunity for ratepayers and community associations to receive information at the same time about activities and initiatives of the municipality and of the groups. It was considered an information sharing exercise where staff provided a presentation on key topics affecting the municipality, and the public would also delegate directly to council on any topic. So council and staff have received feedback over the past couple of years that there's a desire to change the format of this annual meeting to allow for more of an opportunity for a back and forth dialogue with council on any topic. The Municipal Act and the Procedure Bylaw require that meetings be open to all of the public and that topics to be discussed are included in a posted agenda, making back and forth dialogue difficult. In recognition of the request to change the format of the meeting to better meet the needs of the groups and associations, staff are recommending the following: that council receive the report, that council cancel the 2023 Ratepayer Community Association meeting, and that council direct staff to consult with the Ratepayer Community Associations regarding the format and objectives of the annual Ratepayer Community Association meeting hosted by Trent Lakes, and report back to council prior to the approval of the 2024 meeting schedule. And further, that council direct staff to incorporate town hall sessions between members of the public and council into communication planning currently underway.
Okay, thank you very much, Donna Taggart. Any questions or conversation? It's very quiet. Go ahead, Councillor Franzen.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the proper time to bring forward a motion that was recommended from the Cavendish Ratepayers Association.
Well, I think procedurally we should discuss this first.
Okay, this is part of the same discussion.
If we aren't going to support this motion, then we can have another one. But it's up to council to decide whether you want to support the recommendation. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Armstrong.
Well, then I would make the motion to put this on the floor for discussion. And the motion is to receive the report, to cancel the association meeting for this year, direct staff to consult with all of the associations regarding the format and objectives, and also to incorporate town hall meetings into our communication planning.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Tadigan for a seconder. Okay, now we can have discussion.
Request no recorded vote.
Okay, we can have discussion now. Does any?
Yeah, just a comment. I could also see rescheduling the meeting. I'm not locked into that, but personally, I don't think we need a working group to help plan a meeting. That seems to me a little bit of overkill. I think that staff is quite capable of, and probably in a better position to reach out to all of the associations to get their feedback on, specific format, content, et cetera, and amalgamate that and then bring that forward as a report for consideration and public input. So I think that's a reasonable way to approach it. Gives us some time to get it right. We certainly have some other events scheduled that will put councillors in front of not only association executives, but also members of the public, many of whom are not members of associations. So that's sort of the rationale.
Any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Trent.
Yeah, I think that if we would strike a committee, we could have a template on how we would have these meetings in the future. And I think it's important for council and members of the public to engage in the issues that ratepayers have with the municipality.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? I just have one comment, and I think that this idea of a working group is not a bad idea at all. I think it's a great idea to help staff collect the information to get to council of what we want to do. I think it's important to engage some of the expertise that the executive of these ratepayers associations have and let them do some of the legwork rather than all the staff do it all the time. I would support some sort of a very limited time for this group to exist. I mean, you just to assist staff with getting a better relationship between the cottage associations and staff and council. Okay, go ahead.
Second and last comment through you, Mayor Lamson. That makes some sense. However, I would not like to see us appoint any new committees or working groups until we've had the conversation about what does our overall committee and working group structure look like. And I believe that's a conversation we're going to have in June. So rather than creating one-off committees and working groups, I think it would be better for us to look at the whole picture and have that discussion in full.
Okay, that's a good point. Very good point. I'm just wondering why we couldn't just delay this till then. Just my opinion. Delay a decision, defer a decision on this until we have our meetings about what we're going to do for advisory committees or working groups or anything. So, I mean, it's a delay, but it's not the end of the world. Like I think was said 3 or 4 times today, it's not a rush to make this decision. We want to get it right. We want to get all the input we can get from every association, every member, every executive member and staff. Present council with all the information necessary. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Brader.
I'd support our deferring it with a comment.
We have a motion on the table. You can speak to your comment.
I agree with both Deputy Mayor's comments as well as Mr. Girose's presentation. I think it's just finding a hybrid of the two and whatever works best for the municipality. So I mean, both are great ideas, but we should delay it just to have more conversation on how that's going to be composed or comprised.
Now, is that a possibility? I'm going to be putting our clerk on the point here. Can we remove that motion? Or do we need to vote?
It can be withdrawn, I believe, by the mover. I would just suggest, however, if we are looking to defer it, that at least we cancel the meeting because it will occur in the meantime.
Absolutely. Just that depends entirely on our deputy mayor. If you would like to.
I actually would not. I'd like to see us
have a vote.
Have the vote, and
Okay.
if it fails, then we go to the next one.
Sure. I think we need any more conversation. I will call for the vote, and I believe Councillor Franzen asked for a recorded vote. So, I believe you did.
If I could feel for clarification, what
As recommended.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that motion was as recommended on that. Okay. I will call for the vote. Well, I guess I don't call for the vote. I think it's Jesse's turn to call for the vote.
If you are ready for the vote,
We
I
are
will
ready for the vote.
start with the requester, which is Councillor Franzen. Are you in favor?
No.
Mayor Lambshead?
No.
Deputy Mayor Armstrong?
Yes.
Councillor Braybrook?
No.
Councillor Cadigan?
No.
That motion has failed.
Okay, so if anyone prepared to make a motion alternatively to that, we would entertain that motion. Go ahead.
I'd make a motion to defer any decision and that, trying to think of a date for our June, second meeting in June. Would that?
I think we need to get other things in, we need to decide what we're doing for committees.
Yeah.
I'm not sure when that's going to be. I don't want to push staff into it.
Okay, I can put forward the original motion.
I think just to defer, I think that's where we're at. I think if we defer, from my point of view right now, if Deputy Mayor Armstrong's point's very valid to me. We don't even know the structure or any of our advisory committees or working groups. We don't know anything what we're going to do yet. So let's get that out of the way first. Then we can decide. Obviously, we have to cancel the meeting for June, but we can reschedule later. It's a special meeting anyway. So I think if you defer the decision completely until we have them staff reports. That would be my opinion. But that's
Okay, that's fine. I'll defer the decision until we have decided the structure of our other committees.
I have that motion on the floor. Do I have a
Oh.
So if I could also just
Help
add
me
that
out,
we
Jesse.
cancel the 2023 meeting.
No,
we're open to rescheduling it, but just canceling the one that's currently scheduled.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, can I have a seconder for that motion? That's Deputy Mayor Armstrong for a seconder. Any other conversation? We'll call for the vote. All in favor? That motion is carried. And my apologies, I call it a motion, not a motion. Must be getting tired. Okay, we can move on to 10.7, which is corporate services. We have 10.7.1, which is Bianca Dargisevic, which is our deputy clerk. Can you speak to this file?
Thank you, and through you. The report before you is the council expenses submitted for the month of April and the remainder of March for council's review and approval. Thank you.
Okay. We have the chance to peruse it. Anyone prepared to make a motion? I have Councillor Cadigan for a mover, and the motion is,
To receive and pay the expenses.
okay, and I have a seconder, Councillor Braybrook. Any other conversation? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, we can move on to 10.7.2 of our agenda, which is our Jesse Clark, our clerk and director of corporate services, to speak to the purchasing policy.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Lambshead. The municipality's purchasing policy and disposal of municipal assets policy were reviewed to identify some potential opportunities for improvement in a continued effort to enhance efficiency in the procurement process and to support operational requirements. Some of the major changes to the purchasing policy include the addition of specific provisions related to rolling stock, as well as an increase to the dollar value for procurement via RFQ, request for quotation, or 3 quotes, from $30,000 to $60,000. And the disposal of municipal assets policy was changed to have an addition of a provision that the sale by public auction is not required for low dollar value assets where the proceeds from the sale are anticipated to be less than $500. A bylaw to approve the purchasing policy is on today's agenda, and staff are recommending that council receive the report, support the revised purchasing policy, and approve the revised disposal of municipal assets policy.
Okay, thank you very much, clerk and director of corporate services. Okay, do we have any questions or comments? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mayor Lambshead. I'm not quite sure how to put this forward. Let me try it as a motion. So a motion to receive the report and to support the purchasing policy with 2 changes, which I can come back to, and support and approve the revised disposal of municipal assets policy.
Okay.
And the 2 changes.
Please go ahead, yes.
Okay, so the 2 changes are, there's a change in here that authorizes the CAO to award a tender if the preferred bid exceeds the dollar value of the procurement by a minor overage. And I very much dislike policies that are open like that. Not that we don't trust our treasurer, but I like to see something more concrete in a policy. So I'd like to propose that we change any minor overage to less than or equal 10%. Just so there's a ceiling in there. And the second change would be that Appendix A be reviewed by staff because it talks to exemptions where we don't need to go to request for quote or tender or proposal, but it has a dollar limit associated with it of $500,000, which I think is hugely excessive, and it probably should be a lot lower for professional services exemptions, more like 50,000 or 100,000. So I'd like staff to take that back and take a look at it.
That is a really short motion. Perfect.
Sorry.
I know, I like the amendments. I like it. It's a good idea. Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Braybrook. Okay, any conversation? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion has carried. Thank you very much once again. Okay, we are going to move on to item 11 is our correspondence for information. We can receive these all at one time, or we can pull 1 or 2 out to discuss. Go ahead, Councillor Franzen.
I'd like to pull 11.2 out and defer it for discussion after my notice of motion is read. Deals directly with that, so I don't think we should deal with it till either we pass my notice of motion or happen.
I think we can. I think we can, Councillor Franzen. I think it's a letter from someone that's supporting an idea. I don't think it affects your motion.
No, I think that we could send some correspondence to them indicating the motion. If we pass the motion, we could send that off to them. And the letter that Donna has prepared, if that's approved, should be sent to this individual saying what the municipality is in support of the Minden Hospital remaining open.
And that can be part of our motion after your,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. So we could receive this for information and then we can discuss it if you'd like.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Right? Any other items?
I'm okay with that.
Any other items want to be pulled? There's several here. Okay, anyone prepared to make a motion? See,
I might
Councillor Brandon, make motion to receive the information correspondent. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Cadigan for a seconder. Any discussion? None. I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion has carried. Okay. We can move on to item 12 of our agenda, which is correspondence for action. The municipality of Shunia, which is Embers Gas. Prepared to make a motion or want to discuss that? Go ahead.
Motion to
Mayor.
receive.
Can I, do I have a seconder for that? Councilor Franklin for a seconder. Any conversation? I just have one point to make. I think we've actually had the same motion that we've supported before, so it's many, many times. Okay. I will call for the vote. All in favor? Motion has carried. Okay. We can move on to item 13 on our agenda, which is bylaws. And I go ahead, our clerk, Jesse Clark.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Lambshead. Earlier on the agenda, the removal of the holds report was deferred. So I would just request that no action be taken on 13.1. And 13.2, Deputy Mayor Armstrong proposed a change to the policy. So I would request that the bylaw be read a first and second time, be amended for section 8 to replace any minor overage with a up to or including 10% overage, and that it be read third and time and passed today.
Okay, thank you very much, Jesse Clark. Can we do that in one motion?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, anyone prepared to make that motion? I see Deputy Mayor Armstrong for a mover.
What she said.
And I need a seconder. Councillor Cadigan for a second. Any other conversation? I will call for the vote. All in favor? That motion has carried. Yeah, okay. We have a notice of motion, item 15 of our agenda, which is 5.1, which is Councillor Frandon. It's in regards to the Minden Emergency Department. Go ahead, Councillor Frandon.
Okay, I'll wait till it comes up on the screen.
Yes, yes.
I need the screen lowered. Oh, I see it. Okay. Oh, that's fine. Regular meeting. Yes. Whereas Halliburton Highlands Health Services has announced that as of June 1st, 2023, a staff working in the Minden Emergency Department will be transferred to the Halliburton Emergency Department. Whereas the Minden Emergency Department serves a large portion of the municipality of Trent Lake and the residents, whereas the health and well-being of our residents is dependent on the Minden Emergency Department continuing to operate out of Minden rather than Halliburton. Therefore, the council directs staff to prepare a letter expressing the concerns and impact that this closure would have on the residents of the municipality of Trent Lakes to the Minister of Health and Long-Term Care, and that council directs staff to circulate an attached letter to the Halliburton Health Services, MPP David Smith, Halliburton County, Peterborough County, and their local municipalities. Yes, seconder, I'll speak to the motion.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? I see Deputy Mayor Armstrong. Okay, any conversation?
Just that this hospital has served our communities for a long time. Halliburton, Triple HS, when they made their decision, they were looking at just Halliburton County. They weren't looking at the northern part of Peterborough County and a big portion of City of the Kawartha Lakes that uses that facility. The facility has between 12 and 13,000 people that use it on a yearly basis. That's going to put a huge impact on the remaining hospitals in this area. An emergency, the waiting times will increase.
Thank you, Councillor Franzen. Any other conversation? I will call for a vote. All in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much for bringing that up, Councillor Franzen. Okay, we're going to move on to 15.2 of our agenda, which is a notice of motion by myself. And I will need to vacate myself from the chair.
Excuse me, Mayor, could we also send a motion plus the letter that staff has prepared to the person that sent us correspondence?
I think that's okay to do as part of that motion, even though we voted on it. Yes, I think that's a relatively reasonable thing to do. Thank you.
You can do it on a separate motion. Yep.
Okay, maybe we should, because we already voted on the other motion. So if you would
Okay.
like to make that a motion right now.
I'll make that a motion.
Okay. Clear on what the motion is?
Yes, the council directs staff to send the letter that they will be circulating to Lynn Nichols.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for that minute? Councillor Braybrook for a seconder. Any conversation? Seeing none. Call for the vote. All in favor? That motion has carried.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Trent. Okay, we can move now on to 15.2 of our agenda, which is a motion from me, and I will need to remove myself from the chair, which I just did. And Deputy Mayor Armstrong will be now the chairing the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Lambshead. Bear with me, folks. So we have a notice of motion that has been brought forward by Mayor Lambshead. Would you like to put that motion forward and read it for us, please?
I would like to do so. Thank you very much. Whereas many of private roads and fire routes use portions of unopened road allowances to access their private properties, and are permitted to build dwellings on their lots of record. And whereas the unopened road allowances running north from Bessie Avenue North has been used for this purpose for many, many years, and whereas the unopened portion of the road allowance has been privately maintained to access these lots of records. Therefore, be it resolved that lots of record on the unopened privately maintained portion of the extension of Bessie Avenue North unopened road allowance be considered as on a fire route or private road for all building and planning permitting purposes. That is my motion.
Thank you. And do we have a second for that motion? Any discussion, comments? Councillor Franzen.
Yeah, I just have a little bit, how do our bylaws work if it is a municipal road, an unopened municipal road, and we declare that that it's the same as a fire route? It's still a municipal road.
It's unopened.
Unopened municipal, but it is still a municipal road. It's just a question. I don't understand how it works. If there's any impact to our bylaws.
Can anyone here answer that question, or is Barb or Adele still with us?
It looks like Adele is still on the line.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, can you please repeat the question?
The question is whether this is still a municipally owned road, even though it's not an open road. How does it impact with getting a building permit? Since we call it a fire route, or that it be treated like a fire route?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Armstrong. I think Barb just went downstairs regarding the issuance of a building permit. I'm going to look at our zoning bylaw, but any fire route, like only Bessie Avenue North is maintained to a certain portion. And what I understand from the motion is it's saying that anything beyond what's opened would be designated as a fire route or a private road. And if a building permit was to be issued, I don't believe it could be issued. It has to be on a maintained portion of the road.
Thank you, Adele. Can I clarify, is that the intent of your
Yeah,
motion?
my intent is to allow that permitting purposes for lots of record on the extension of Bessie Avenue north from the municipally maintained portion onto the privately maintained portion of the unopened road allowance. So we'll need to adjust whatever rules and regulations that we have to make that come to fruition.
Thank you, Mayor Lamstead. Barb, did you want to comment on that?
Sorry, I had to go out and deal with something, so I apologize.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor Lamstead. So I just want to make sure I understand. So the road is maintained up to a certain point. You are recommending that the remainder of the road be deemed to be a maintained road without it being built up to be a maintained road?
It's an unmaintained road allowance that has a privately maintained road on it that has been there for 50 some odd years, only for purposes of existing lots of record. I mean, I've had a discussion with our roads department. They're quite fine with this. The director was quite fine with this idea. Our emergency service director was okay with this idea. They've proven they can get in there and fight a fire and do emergency supply. So I don't think there's an issue with that part of it. I think this is an unusual request, but I think that this has been maintained privately for such a long time. If we're ever going to have a subdivision, or you're going to divide a lot, or you want to do extra lots in there, absolutely, we need to do something with our road allowance. Then it is our road allowance. For building and planning purposes, anything north of the maintained portion would be considered a fire route, and we could even call it a fire route if we chose to, or there's something else we can call it, but just it doesn't make sense that we can cross many fire routes and many unopened road allowances everywhere else in the municipality, and you can build a $4 or $5 million house, and you can't do it on Bessie Avenue North just because it's an unmaintained part of a municipal road. Because I do know many situations in this municipality where we cross unopened road allowances and we still build huge houses and cottages on them. And it's a privately maintained portion of a road allowance.
So through you, Mayor Lamstead, for me to issue a building permit, I have to make sure my applicable law is in order. That's the bottom line for me. So applicable law is zoning bylaw. I don't know, Adele, did you have that section open that you can read it?
Thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor Armstrong, I just was able to read the zoning bylaw, and it says that no building or structure can be erected or a building permit applied for if it doesn't front on an improved public street. However, it talks about private right-of-way. If an existing lot is located in a shoreline residential private access, rural residential private access zone, or an island residential zone where such lot does not abut a public road, but abuts a private right-of-way, then you could get the access. So I still would think that what you're proposing to do through this motion would not allow building permits to be permitted through the zoning bylaw by virtue of making this a private right-of-way, because the zoning isn't the appropriate zoning to front on a private right-of-way. We have our shoreline residential private access, which identifies you're on a private access. But any other building within a residential zone must abut a public, improved public street.
Thank you, Adele.
Okay, so can we make, yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Armstrong, which is the chair of our meeting. So can we not make an amendment to our zoning for this specific piece of road allowance? We amend our zoning bylaw to allow permits on the unmaintained portion that has been privately maintained. I don't mean run it right through the top. I mean just the pieces that have been maintained for decades by the privately owned people. Call that adjust that so that we can do that for Bessie Avenue North only. I don't mean everywhere in the municipality. I mean, this is a one-off that I don't see a reason why we can't when we do it everywhere else without considering this idea.
If I may, from what I'm hearing, I think we're talking about a zoning bylaw amendment approval. If that's the necessary or appropriate process for us to follow, then it seems to me, and I can be corrected, that we should have a staff report come forward recommending or not recommending a zoning bylaw amendment, and then council could consider it at that time.
And it's only specific for this section of Bessie Avenue North extension of the unopened road allowance. I don't mean every other one in the municipality that people are using steadily. I just mean for this one in particular.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lamson. Sorry?
Through you, Mayor
Go ahead.
Lamson, I think as well as part of that report, that maybe we could touch on the lots that are there, because the two end piece lots still have a frontage issue. So there's more than just the road allowance issue.
Well, that would be involved in your staff report. That would be perfect.
So Mayor Lamson, would you be okay if we have a motion on the floor. Can either be withdrawn by the person who proposed it, or we can vote on it, and if it fails, then look at
I
another
think I
motion.
would prefer to amend this motion maybe to ask for a staff report prior to accepting this motion. If we have a staff report on this prior to approving this or not denying this motion, it will give us more information to make a better decision.
Okay.
So all we need to do is.
Amendment to defer the motion.
Yeah. We can-
Until after we get staff
staff
report.
report. Okay, is that reasonable?
That's reasonable.
Can we read back what we think the amended motion would be, Jesse, please?
Yes, we can.
I'm not the chair. I gotta shut up.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Armstrong, I feel it may be appropriate that the last therefore be it resolved clause be amended to say that directs staff to report back on the implication of deeming lots of record on the unopened privately maintained portion of the extension of Bessie Avenue North unopened road allowance as on a fire route or private road for all building and planning purposes. So just to direct staff to report back on the implications.
And would the mover accept that
The
amendment?
mover will accept that amendment.
And the seconder, I forget who that was. Councilor Graybill? You're good with seconding that?
Yes.
Any more discussion? Then can we call for the vote? All in favor? That is carried. And back to you, Mayor Lamson.
Back in my chair. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Armstrong, for taking the chair. Okay, now we can move on to item 16 of our agenda, which is information items. Does anyone have any information items? Go ahead, Councillor Cadigan.
As of today, we have pickleball in Cavendish. We have paddles and the nets arrived today, so maybe tonight we'll be playing.
Excellent, excellent. Any other information items? Go ahead, Councillor Francis.
I have one, and it's Buckhorn Community Center is having their craft show this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. I'll be assisting in the parking, so if anybody drops by, I hope they say hi.
Okay. Thank you for that update, Councillor Francis. And I have one of myself, unless someone else has another one. I had the honor of attending Peterborough County Day at Queen's Park yesterday. It was an amazing event, well organized by county staff. It was attended by a few mayors and the odd deputy mayor, but it was attended by a few members of county council and some county staff. There was several booths around it from businesses and organizations that support us. And after the question period, many of the members of parliament come up and had lunch with us, and we had great conversation, and we built some probably lifelong relationships that will help Trent Lakes. Okay, thank you. Okay, we can go on to item 17 of our agenda, and I will need a motion to go into closed session. Deputy Mayor Armstrong, Councillor Cadigan for a seconder. We are going to, we'll call for a vote. All in favor? Motion is carried. We are going into closed session on the Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239(2), to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, library board appointments, contracted persons. And F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, Forest Road legal opinion. We are in closed. Okay, we are back. Can we, and I would entertain a motion under section or item 17.2 of our agenda to rise from closed. See Deputy Mayor Armstrong for a mover.
Motion to rise.
Okay, and we have a seconder. Is Councillor Franzen for a seconder? All in favor? That motion is carried. We are back in our regular council meeting. So we can go to item 18 of our agenda, which is business arising out of our closed meeting. Is anyone prepared to make a motion? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Armstrong.
Motion to adopt the minutes of our last closed session.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Cadigan. All in favor? That motion is carried. We can move on to 18.2 of our agenda, which is library board appointment. Is anyone prepared to make a motion? Seeing Councillor Franzen for a mover.
Yeah,
Your motion is, okay.
To nominate Janet Klein for the library board.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? See Councillor Braver for a seconder. Any conversation? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor? That motion is carried. We can move on to item 19 of our agenda, which is the adoption of the confirming bylaw, which is 19.1. Is anyone prepared to make a motion? See Deputy Mayor Armstrong and Councillor Cadigan for a seconder. All in favor? That motion is carried. We can move on to item 20 of our agenda, which is adjournment. Would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn? See Councillor Franzen, Deputy Mayor Armstrong. All in favor? That motion is carried. We are adjourned.